That's what I'm talking about. What is going on, everybody? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everybody, to a Friday night. It is February 18th, 2022, in the year of our Lord, Anno Domini, etc., etc. And it is my great pleasure to welcome everyone, every last one of you, to the epic conclusion of D&D with Viewers Midwintar's Mourning. And this is brought to us, of course, by Critical Crafting. We are most grateful that they have been willing to do this for us. And in fact, I even have a surprise from Critical Crafting to give all of you folks in addition to what is here normally. But we are here with our wonderful players, and I will introduce them to you in just a moment as we move forward on this February evening. And I think it's perfect, actually, that we are finishing this up in February. We're finishing it in the last full month of winter, and it's perfectly suited, I think, for that as we wrap up this session. But will our intrepid players win, or will the adventure ultimately bring them low? We will find out together, dear viewers. But before we get there, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you haven't already done so, please make sure to follow the channel. That is one of the best things you can do. If you haven't done so already, please check out our YouTube channel where we have past broadcasts of this and other streams. The first 2 parts of this are available on YouTube, and you can find that at !ArvTube. Please subscribe to us over there as well. We're really trying to push that. We're up to 810 subscribers now. We want to get up to 1,000 subscribers because that will allow us some flexibility and some other options, so please consider doing that. It doesn't cost you anything, but will really help us a lot, so thanks for doing that if you have not done so already, and if you haven't, please consider doing so. !ArvCord is our Discord channel where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Please join us over there, and please follow us over on my Twitter, which is !ArvTweets, where I will always post when I'm going live, and about various other things, including hikes I take with my daughter and stuff like that. Various things happening over on my Twitter with !ArvTweets. Website for this is arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, !ArvShop is the merchandise area. You can get Infinity and Beyond and Adventures in Middle-earth stuff, as well as soon-to-be Esper Genesis stuff there too. And of course, !ArvTreon, which is the Patreon, sitting at 20 patrons, $1.98 per month. Very excited to see this move back over 200. It really is, as I said, the financial backbone of the channel and allows us to do a lot of cool stuff for you folks. One of those things is to provide you a lot of cool stuff on the channel, and also individually to provide stuff if you support us over there. You can also get inspirations to help players, which is really great, including our players tonight. If they need inspirations, you should stand ready, chat, to see if you can use those inspirations that you may have gained from supporting us either here or over on by subscribing to the channel. And what is up, Critical Crafting? Good to see you. Welcome back. I was singing your praises and all that kind of good stuff. So there's that. And then let's see. Oh yes, and then subscribing to the channel, of course, is very much great. Oh my goodness. Trifity Mats with the gift sub to Alphabet Streams. Well, thank you very much. And see, these are just generous people. This is the deal. I just have generous people surrounding me all the time. Thank you so much to Trifity Mats for the Tier 1 sub gift to Alphabet Streams. Welcome to the Arvanauts Alphabet Streams, who may or may not be someone that you're going to see in just a moment. And thank you as well to Configuration Queen for gifting a Tier 1 sub to Critical Crafting. So thank you so much. Very much deserved from them. And thank you both to Configuration Queen and to Trifity Mats. Very kind of both of you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, so subscribing to the channel lets you get those inspirations, plus those custom sub badges and emotes, and that stuff is always good stuff. So thank you, everyone, and consider subbing if you haven't done so already. On the publishing side, !Icarus for details about my Icarus graphic novel, !Library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, which is now going to be heading out to your game stores any second. It should be releasing to game stores more generally, not just the Kickstarter backers. So there's that. And then we've got Greyshade KS for my Greyshade Kickstarter. Remember, Greyshade is being published on May 31st by Athos Arts, and then 2 weeks later, and that's also when the backer kit preview page will go live. You can follow it then. 2 weeks later, the Kickstarter for Greyshade, which will be the last 2 books in that trilogy, the Grey Assassin trilogy, along with a tabletop role-playing game from Alligator Alley Entertainment, designed by Aaron Rosenberg, consulted with Rich Lescouflair for that. That's going to be published by Alligator Alley, and we have an audiobook that's going to be coming at you from one Mr. Trendane Sparks. So we've got a lot of stuff going on. It's very exciting. I could not be more excited for Greyshade, and I'm going to be talking more about that as time goes on and we get closer to it. But yes, please check that for details about that information. And last but certainly not least, BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance of Black lives, and Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And yes, Warm Fuzzies. Yeah, no, I mean, my daughter was a big fan of that pom-pom, and calls him Mr. Coco, and has been doing all of these like adventures of Mr. Coco stuff for some theoretical video series down the line. So it was very cool. Just one quick note on schedule. We have, of course, as I said, the conclusion of D&D with viewers tonight. Tomorrow we will have our second session in as many weeks of Eberron, Oracle of War, as we move into the last part, the finale of Season 1. It's not the finale of this part of Season 1, but the part 4 that we're in of season 1 is the last of that first season, called The Third Protocol, and you will definitely want to make sure that you're around for that. Really great session last week. I am very excited for what that's going to bring you tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern. So that's happening on Saturday, and then we've got Soundclash coming up for you folks on Sunday. So very exciting few days ahead. Also, I did want to note, I haven't forgotten it. I was about to announce it. I was just about to announce it. I was about to announce that promo code. I'm going to announce that promo code in just a second. I wanted to bring in my people, but I haven't forgotten. That is the little surprise that I have for all of you. I did want to mention very quickly that I wanted to thank everyone who reached out to me after my tweet on Tuesday. I was not trying to be super mysterious and obscure, but I had a very, very rough Tuesday morning with some bad news that came in. Everything will be fine. We have... There's already positive things that are moving. It'll be fine. But it was just a lot that I got all at once, and I was just not in a state to be able to do sessions and streams. And I love streaming, and I missed all of you, and I missed my players as well. So I'm sorry that I couldn't do it, but I really appreciate everyone who reached out to me privately and publicly about that. And and I'm feeling much better, and I very much appreciate everyone's support. It made me feel very good. So thank you all for that. And thank you for being the lovely Arvanauts that you always are. Now, I am going to unmute myself and apologize to whoever I may have horrifically interrupted because I can't hear them. And then I'm going to unmute them, and I'm going to slide right on over to reveal to you. Dun, dun, dun. And just at the right time, we got, of course, another gift tier 1 sub from Configuration Queen. So we got the da-da-da-da-da-da as these players came on. So thank you so much, Configuration Queen. Thank you for the tier 1 sub to Amanda Gedden. Welcome back to the Arvanauts, Amanda Gedden. Thank you, everybody, for the generosity today. I really appreciate it. So let me tell you all about this secret, and then I will introduce our players. So Critical Crafting, of course, is responsible for our adventure that we're doing today called Midwintar's Mourning, and they were nice enough to give us an actual discount code. So if you go to the website for Critical Crafting, you can get $10 off the release of this game, this very one that we're playing, Midwintar's Mourning. You can get $10 off if you use our special promo code. And the special promo code, which, let me just make sure it's okay to use this. Is it okay for me to say the promo code on stream? Can I do that, Critical Crafting, before I announce this? Is that cool? Can I maybe? Just want to make sure before I move any further and say something I shouldn't. He said, waiting. Right now, Critical Crafting is frantically, no, in the name of God, don't. Please don't do it. Oh, yeah, I hear you. Thanks, Rudno. Waiting. Okay, do it. So the code this is very exciting for me because I've never actually had a code named after me. Arvin, that's the code. If you type in Arvin, you will get $10 off an order of Midwintar's Mourning. So that was very, very cool. I was very excited about that. I've arrived, everybody. I've finally grown up. It took me until I was almost 50, but finally I get my own discount code. It's very, very exciting. Thank you, seriously, Dylan and the fine people over at Critical Crafting for doing that. It was very kind of you. And that is good till the end of the month, folks. So if you want to use this, you can do that. Let me remind everybody that Midwintar's Mourning, this is not just the adventure. You also get with it, you get a new class, which is described in here, which is called the Boreal Knight, which I think is really neat, by the way. It's basically a knight that has been inspired, or fighter that has been inspired and influenced and affected by the Northern Lights, for want of a better term. And so all of these different abilities are granted to them based upon the infusion of these lights into them. It's very cool. There are some also unique spells. There are some unique items. There's also a unique culture/race, depending on what form of 5e you're using, which is known as Chill Touched. In fact, the party has met a Chill Touch before, and there's rules for how to actually run that as a player. So there's lots of cool stuff that you can get in this, not just the adventure. So I highly recommend it. It's great stuff. And if you do, make sure you use my name, Arvin. Now I'm going to be on sports radio. Put in my name and you can get $10 off. Very exciting. But yes, so thank you for that generosity. I appreciate it. Now, with no further ado, it is my great pleasure to welcome back the amazing players who have managed to fight their way through Midwinter and through lots of other things and through a big harp that they have to cart along with them for some reason. And that, of course, although I guess they didn't have to do that for this. The harp is currently somewhere in the snow being attended to. And that, of course, is the amazing group of players that you see below you. I will begin with the gentleman who was responsible for introducing us a character with the harp, and that, of course, is one Mr. Sean Duke. It is good to see you, Sean. How are you? Welcome from your undisclosed library facility from which boulders are going to be rolling soon. We were talking in the green room about the Indiana Jones-ish feel that this has for me, because you could just see the books. It looks like doors and stuff behind him, like fading into the darkness, and just like, it's very mysterious. I love it. How you doing, Sean? How's life in the universe with you, and who are you playing today?
I'm alive and still breathing.
Good.
Which is all fantastic and useful information. Yeah, I'm doing generally pretty good for it being February and having mild frostbite on my fingers. So, normal. And I am playing Sir Reginald Bartholomew III, a tiefling bard with an unnatural relationship with a life-size harp.
Yes, which has had, and who was responsible for viciously mocking several trolls in our last session and successfully causing them to continually be mocked. That had a powerful effect on the combat. So, and has promised never to let Vivian, played by Triffid, forget it. Exactly. So always a pleasure to have Sean with us from Skiffy and Fanty fame and elsewhere. And also a great pleasure to have someone else from Skiffy and Fanty fame and elsewhere. And that is one Prince Justin, who is with us. Hello, it is good to see you. Now, this background, are you... Before I thought we had a different background, and I just looked up and saw it was different. So, can you tell us what is this, Prince Justin? Like, what's this background?
This is an accidental photo I took when my tripod was not stable. So instead of taking a picture of the rock wall, it turned into this artistic blur, and I've liked it enough that I've used it as a background on some occasions. So it's an accidental piece of art.
It's like a rock waterfall.
Yeah, it's like a rock waterfall.
A rock waterfall. It was a long play. You knew you were going to be on this show doing this. And so you were like, you know what? Those years ago, I'm going to accidentally take a rock waterfall. And that's what. How have you been, Prince Justin? How's life with you, and who are you playing today?
I am playing Lurian Bluewater, who is a blue dragonborn cleric who is much put upon by the aforementioned tiefling bard. I am personally doing well. I'm in a less colder place than Sean, but only just relatively. Most of the listeners and watchers here would still be rather shocked at how it gets cold here in Minnesota in February.
I've heard rumors. Yes, I have heard a number of rumors of that. It is good to have you on board with us as always. And it is also good to have with us someone who looks dressed for the occasion and swears that it's not because that she's coming to us from some deeply frozen tomb or something like that, but that it's still just keeping warm and getting into the spirit of the module, the spirit of the adventure. And that, of course, is one Triffity Mats, our own beloved Triffity Mats. Good to see you, Triffid. How are you? I hope you are warm enough with this clothing. How are you? How's life? And who are you playing today?
Speaking to you from the basement. It's a little chilly in here, but it has the best computer setup, so that's where I'm going from. And the red also is a salute to Valentine's Day, which was this week.
True.
But yes, very appropriate garb for Midwinter's Mourning. And I am doing great. I took on a new role with a new title at work this week, and I am still working on getting a handle on everything, but it's really exciting that they had the confidence in me to do that.
Awesome. So it's Triffid the Victorious in addition to is what we're looking at. Who are you when you're not being your awesome self in real life, Triffid? Who are you playing in this game?
I am playing. Oh, sorry. I was just told by my housemate that they can hardly hear me.
I was going to ask you to turn up in a minute, but yeah, you could come up a little bit.
Let me adjust things here a little bit. Thank you for letting me know. I'll just move the microphone over here and the mouse over there. And now it's a lot closer to me. How's that?
Yes, that's definitely better. Although we want to make sure we don't lose you in the process, because you're like kind of like leaning over to get to the mic.
Screen. So, hang on. Okay, here I go.
Good stuff.
That should work better.
Yes, much better. Thank you. So who are you playing today?
Sorry. I am playing Vivian the Victorious, a halfling bard, and a battle master specialty. And although I didn't win the battle, I certainly contributed to it. And I think we all had our parts to play, and that worked out pretty excellently well.
That is absolutely the case. I didn't mention that after, besides Sir Reginald Bartholomew III, it might have also been Vivian wailing away with Battlemaster abilities in that fight, and Ilorian bringing down the clutchest of clutches lightning strikes repeatedly that kept these trolls from regenerating, that may have had a minor role to play in just a tiny little bit in making this happen. Also, I'm sort of disappointed that none of you mentioned the huge role that Door Sniffer and the bread that he was throwing played. You may remember
the bread was
the hardened baguettes, the weapons, of mass destruction,
pain Purdue
of yeast destruction. These things were amazing. But no, it was great to see, and it is a pleasure to have all of these three wonderful people and players with me today. And with no further ado, let's fire up some music and let's talk about what happened in our last session. And let's put on a little bit of music from our friends at Green Forge Studios. So in our last session, what happened with this crew? These three have headed over to the village of Midwintar, and they have done so originally because they were looking for something that was as far away as they could get from the steamy, mosquito-infested temples that they had previously adventured in. And they were like, what we're going to do instead is we're going to go to a place in the coldest spot in the world that we can pretty much get. And boy, did they find it. It was pretty much very, very cold here. They proceeded through a massive storm, led there by a penguin, an admiral, it must be said, an admiral penguin, who brought them over because Midwintar was dealing with a crisis. Specifically, the children of Midwintar have been vanishing, being taken away by something. No one was exactly sure about who was responsible for doing it, although there were certain theories about who might have been responsible. But finally, they were able to find someone who said that he could lead them, and that someone had to be a strange-looking creature whose name was Door Sniffer, who said that he could lead them to the person responsible for actually taking the children. And so the party has been wandering through the frozen wastes to the north of Midwintar, and in the process of doing so, ran into several large and deeply troubling and angry Jotun trolls who attacked them. The party had a difficult challenge in front of them, and in fact, as I look over hit points, I see 18 out of 39 for the Tiefling Bard, and 18 out of 58 for the Halfling Fighter, and 21 out of 45 for the Dragonborn Cleric. So they kind of took it on the chin, and were it not for some careful use of Vicious Mockery and a lot of use of Lightning Storms, that might have meant that Vivian would have been lost even earlier, and then Vivian wouldn't have been able to strike her blow for good and justice. But in any case, they were able to stay alive. I imagine they will want to deal with their health problems in just a moment. But they have just defeated those trolls and are now fairly close, it appears, to their destination. But they're not there quite yet. They have a little more travel to go. And as we pick up with our players, they have just defeated these trolls. And as Door Sniffer stares at them while munching away on yet another loaf of this from this endless bag of bread. Side note, I would like many, many things, magic items from D&D, but perhaps the greatest item of all is a bag of endless bread. I defy anyone to tell me how that's bad. Like, a bag of endless fresh bread is just... it does everything. What could you not want for it? But in any case, as the party is now recovering from their fight, I'm going to hand things back over to the party and ask them, other than licking their wounds and trying to heal themselves up, what would you like to do, party?
Well, that was easy.
Blink, blink. Just stare at the Tiefling Bard.
The cloud of snow over the troll that just landed in, like, still settling on top of it.
Well, look, I'm going to tell you right now that you all look very hurt. I'm perfectly fine. No part of me is harmed at all right now. I'm in perfect condition, as is pretty usual for me. But I do think it would be helpful if we perhaps find some place to hole up for a little bit and get some rest, especially so you don't bleed to death. I mean, I guess like the cold will freeze your blood, so it won't, your wounds won't bleed out. But let's maybe be smart about it.
Yeah, let's find some shelter. I'll cast some healing spells, and then we can
Yeah,
probably continue on our way.
absolutely. At least a short rest.
Yeah. Door sniffer.
And Door Sniffer kind of, in the middle of like half chew.
Can I call you Do?
Worf?
Well, because just Door Sniffer's too long a name. Can I just call you Do?
Door Sniffer's name is Door Sniffer. Do? Looks very confused.
All right, fine. Door Sniffer. Do you happen to know of any caves or, places where we might be able to get warm and get some rest that are safe? Emphasis on safe and warm.
And so Door Sniffer, kind of, holds their chin. Now, you may remember that Door Sniffer has this strange mask that he wears, so you can't really see the expression on his face, but you can sort of see he's literally has the bread in one hand, half eaten, and then is rubbing his chin with the other, and oh, yes, one time Door Sniffer was here, and there was a place with a fire, a campfire, and there was a tent. That was only about a week ago. Maybe the tent is there, and you can all fit. You, and you, and you, and then sort of starts looking at the three of you, and you'll probably fit. Yes, this way, and kind of turns around and gestures frantically.
Wait, I want to search the bodies.
Okay.
What are these trolls carrying? Anything useful?
Okay. Yes. So there are two of them, as you may remember. So each one of them has a bag which jingles pleasingly, that is tied to their belt. Sounds like coins, but you'd have to open the bag. And keep in mind, it is basically like a small sack for all of you, right? So it's a pretty sizable bag, but there are definitely coins in both of these bags. And around each of the trolls is a necklace of what looks like teeth of some kind, probably animal teeth, if you had to guess. Other than that, it is just the bags. You had already looked at the body of the skeleton, so I believe you had already taken and looted that. But the trolls definitely have these bags of jingling somethings.
If there's any musical instruments, I want them.
It's unlikely they're connoisseurs of music.
He said, I want to be clear, jingled pleasingly, which suggests to me almost musical in nature. I just want to know.
Just so you're aware, a bag of coins does not count as a jingly musical instrument.
Okay, well, you have not been around me long enough. Great, so they're going to search that, and while they're doing that, am I bleeding in any places?
I would say quite a number of them, actually. Yes.
Great. I am going to do something that is rather macabre, and that is necessary so that people remember my name, which is that these bodies, I'm going to draw in my blood my initials.
Okay. So as you're doing this, kind of, the wounds still fresh. I imagine you're like, oh, like kind of hurts as you're taking it, but you manage to put. Now, do you want to put your full SRB3? I just want to make sure it's a lot of blood. 3. A lot of blood we're talking that you need to use.
Yeah, SRB3, but the 3 the number.
Okay.
Yeah, rather than the Roman numeral.
That'll save time. Yes. All right. As you're putting on this rather troubling cross between advertisement and disturbing graffiti, Illyrian and Vivian have managed to track down on each bag. Do you each want to know like what's in the sack, so to speak? So on one of the sacks, Illyrian, on the one that you look at, the sack has a lot of coins, silver coins. And if you were to take some time, hundreds, probably a couple of hundred silver. To really count them, you need to sit and do that with the pack. Or dump them out in the snow, which is not a smart idea. So
just a general feel. See if it's anything besides coins. A couple hundred silver is precision enough for this.
A couple hundred silver, you think. And then Vivian, you find on yours, and the sack is it's a little heavy, but you're able to get it open. 50 gold is what you find, and there is a small stone in there. It's it does look like a rough stone, not like it was shaped or anything, but it's odd because it does not look like any stone that you have seen here to this point. It's just and it's about the size of, jumping out of game for a minute, this lens cap, let's say. So it's not a huge stone.
Keep that out. When we're resting, I'll see if it's magical. But that's a ritual I have, so that'll take time. We're not doing it here. We'll do it when we find this campsite.
And don't forget, it is split 3 ways evenly.
Stone?
Well, all of the goodies that you all have found with your great hard effort on my behalf. Yes.
You're still drawing, oh artist.
I mean, it didn't take that long to draw my letters on some troll bodies. Like, I don't think it would have taken that long. Like,
What about the kerning of the font of the signature?
I mean, let's be honest. Like, of all the things that Sir Reginald Bartholomew III is good at, font is not high on the list.
You notice that in the attempt to italicize these, that Sir Reginald is starting to get a little weak from loss of blood, perhaps.
I think it's time to go, Reginald. Let's go. Let's follow Door Sniffer and see if we can't find some shelter.
Yes, come on, come on. Enough with your drawing, he says, pointing you.
We move.
Okay. So you head to the east out of this map, and you move forward probably for another, I would say, half hour or so, as Door Sniffer sort of eagerly bounces ahead, occasionally munching on a roll, once in a while pulling out a piece of flatbread, putting that back, and basically double fisting it with baguettes, you know the drill, while making his way up towards wherever this place is that he's leading you. The ground has become more rocky up here, and there's less snow. There are bits of ice and snow around you, but not as many, at least not as heavily. And the fir trees have become more prevalent up here. And through the hilly landscape and snow, Door Sniffer stops and points and says, "See? See?" And you can see what is clearly an operational small fire, giving off a little bit of smoke in the distance. The very close distance is nearby.
Okay.
So this is one of those things where, and we didn't think about this before we got here, but I'm going to whisper this to my peeps, which is that, you know, guys, I don't know about you, but a fire and a tent implies other sentient beings involved. And we just presently, just a moment ago, had an altercation with a pair or three, however many of. Look, I've lost a lot of blood. I don't know exactly how many we just faced, but we just had an altercation, which for you two was very bad, but for me was perfectly fine. And I think we should take a little bit of caution approaching a lit fire and a tent.
All right.
I would very much not like to have to carry your bodies down the mountain, if we could avoid that, if that's possible, please. Just to be clear, I will leave you up here.
Oh. Okay, so let's speak 10 minutes. I'm going to cast Prayer of Healing on us, so we'll get some hit points. We'll get some hit points back. I'll spend the spell slot to do that. And then we can decide what we want to do.
Okay.
So Prayer of Healing is 2d8 plus my spellcasting modifier and hit points to everybody. Let's find out what that will be. So everybody gets 13 hit points
13, very nice.
Not
Okay.
bad. Thank you.
back.
So
was a
Reginald's
nice
up to
roll.
31. Vivian is up to 31. And let's see, 34, I think, for you, Illyrian.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Everyone's
All right.
hale and hearty, totally ready for the 5
Well,
giants we have to fight.
Better anyway.
Okay. Okay.
But we do need shelter of some sort. So I propose we cautiously head towards that fire and see what's there.
Who of us is best at stealthiness?
I think might be a bard of all people. Definitely not me. I'm the big, huge dragonborn in the chainmail, so I am not the stealthy one.
Well, I have been known to be mildly stealthy.
Especially when you're running away after you've pissed off somebody.
I have
That
a plus
that
5
almost
in
never happens, and it's usually a misunderstanding.
Yeah, I have a fairly high stealth as well. So maybe, Valorian, you stay behind while.
The two of you go forward. I'll stay behind with Store Sniffer.
Okay.
Let you see-
Store sniffer or door sniffer?
Store Sniffer. Store Sniffer is a different character not appearing in this module.
That's my cousin. Walmart, Target, any of them.
I just love these names because it implies that that's what they do. Because otherwise, why would you have that name? So he got his name because he went around sniffing doors, and his cousin apparently sniffs stores. So very strange. All right, let's be sneaky funds. Let's do this.
Oh, that is a bad
Okay.
stealth roll.
All right.
So,
let me.
and then Sir Reginald, because you and Vivian are both going down, right?
I believe it's a 9 for me. Is that a 9? Is that what that number is? It's so tiny. Yes. All right.
Wow.
I'm good.
Okay. So, so Reginald, you just silently, drift down the hill towards the campfire, very quietly. And then as you're going down, Sir Reginald, you're like, oh, this is great. And then you hear like, and you kind of look over your shoulder and you see Vivian clearly making the best conceivable attempts to be stealthy. Not as successful as perhaps one might hope.
I use some very complicated hand signals to suggest that maybe Vivian just stop.
I stop.
And just get in like this, like I do some more hand signals, like trying to get her to just kind of like get low, like real low. And I proceed forward with my stealthiness because
I'm a halfling. How much lower do I need to go?
how low can you go? How low can you go?
Can the halfling do the limbo?
I mean, I don't know how deep the snow is, so maybe it's just a matter of just squatting. But look, I'm just saying
not
that
as deep up here in fairness.
Yeah.
It's thinner.
all I'm saying is that maybe I'll get away with it after all the noise you've made, is what I'm getting at. But all this in hand signals.
Harudnell suggests in chat that he was imagining Vivian tumbling down the hill bellowing, Silencio Bruto! Oh, man. All right. So you make your way down stealthily, Sir Reginald, and you're able to actually get quite close to the fire. So close, in fact, that I can show you all another map. I'm going to copy your characters to bring over with me. And we're going to head over to yet another map, which is seen here. I'm going to position you up here. Oh, that's never going to work because now I lost one of you. No. Shoot. Can I zoom out a little further to show?
I can see the full map.
No, I brought over one of the people and I'm missing one of you.
It's probably the least important member of the party.
I was really hoping it was going to be you just for the hell of it, but no, sadly, it was actually Vivian. We don't want to lose Vivian. Let me...
Well, she's hidden now because she just squatted in the snow.
It's taken you to heart and is literally just buried in the snow and impossible to see.
Her little eyes just over the little bit of drift. Like, yeah.
Okay, so there's a Lorien on the corner. This is not quite to scale. And here you are, Sir Reginald. So you can see here, as you get closer, that there is this indeed a tent with a fire here, but it is not unoccupied. Next to the roaring fire, which is going pretty well down there, you can see a shadowed figure, very tall, maybe 7 feet tall, you would guess, Sir Reginald. And next to the figure is a furry animal that you recognize as a wolverine. And I happen to have a picture of it, which I'm going to share with all of you in just a moment as I bring it up on OBS. Coming up in just a moment. Bear with me. Okay. And here it is. Okay, you should be able to see it now. On OBS, watching on the stream. So that is what you see. Now, they are not currently facing you. In fact, they haven't noticed you yet.
Okay.
But you can see that both of them are there and are standing, as I mentioned, one, the what looks like a orc or half-orc, is crouched in front of the fire, and then this good-sized wolverine is next to the shadowy figure.
Oh boy, this is a tough call because I really don't want to fight them. Oh, what do I do? This is all in my head. I'm like monologuing to myself right now.
I assumed you weren't speaking it out loud. What do I do?
Oh God, no.
You're
Especially since I'm so close.
Whether it's silent or out loud, always monologuing.
Always monologuing in my
Always be
head.
monologuing.
Always, constantly. Do I have any? Oh gosh. Is there anything I could is there some sort of perception or investigation roll I could roll here to kind of get a better sense of any sort of clues about possibly their nature, what kind of, some aspects of their clothing that might tell me something about their past?
Let's see.
Can I do an investigation?
Yeah, no, that would be a perception check. You'd have to get up close to actually see them if you were going to do that. So let's aim for a perception check to begin with, please.
But I have to get closer. Oh, I don't. Oh no.
No. You can do it. You can do that from here. You'd have to
Okay.
get closer if you want to do an investigation. From here, you can do a perception check to see what information you might be able to gather.
Awesome. So it's a skill that I'm okay reasonably at. Awesome. All right, here we go. Come on. I rolled okay.
Let's see. What have we got? So, I mean, one thing you would be able to say is, and let me see if I can bring, I want to make sure that I bring the right person. Give me 1 second here. No, not that. Okay, here we go. So, we've got that, and that's not quite to scale. That's larger than it should be, fear not. So, what I would say is, you don't really have I'm trying to find a suitable Wolverine. I'm coming up with X-Men. Yes, thank you, Webb. That's really not the same Wolverine. Just
Or you could
sorry.
find
Why
a high
not?
school student in a letter jacket. Wolverine.
I know, right? Like, just,
Oh yes! Give those Red Dawn references. Hell yeah!
my gosh. Okay. So I will track it down one way or the other. The half-orc looks to you to be more or less does not seem to be on alert. I mean, it does not look stressed or particularly angry or anything like that from what you can tell. And the Wolverine, although it is quite a good-sized Wolverine, is not in a position yet where you feel like it doesn't seem to be threatening or kind of, like looking around and kind of barking and growling in rage. Wolverines can be quite nasty, but this doesn't seem to be doing that. So they seem fairly calm. Beyond that, it would be hard to tell sort of their background or anything like that.
So I'm kind of near this tree, right?
Yes.
Can I kind of just very quietly kind of get within the shadow of the tree, just a little bit out of view?
Sure. I think you can. You still have that stealth check going. So yes, I would say that you can.
I'd like to do that for the extra bit of protection. And then I would like to say, with a firm but calm voice, hello, kind person. I mean you no harm. May I please approach to speak with you?
And when you say this, two things happen. First of all, the Dungeon Master makes a terrible decision and decides that he's going to buy yet another token pack from Roll20 because he is determined because he is absolutely freaking determined.
Oh, couldn't you just use a badger or something?
No, it's not. It's a Wolverine. It's so important.
It's a GM thing.
It's so critically important to do this. So I was literally trying to do that while also running this. I'm just like, God damn it! Why don't I have a Wolverine? I thought, I really thought that I had one. And I don't. It's used to be very bad, but now I have enough ones that I feel like I'm, I have most of the things that I need. I thought about using a badger, but no, I'm not gonna do that. I can do better. So the orc and the Wolverine swivel towards you almost immediately upon hearing you.
Oh no!
And because I assume you made that voice. Now you weren't trying to sort of be the sort of ghostly voice, right? I mean, you were making it so you'd be next to the tree, but you would still be theoretically visible if they turned. Yes, I want to make sure that
I wanted like part of me to be visible so they could see my face, but I'm not like if they're gonna throw something at me, like I can get behind the tree.
Okay. Yeah. So, haha, Wolverine get. All right, there we go. I got both of them. That's right. Make sure I draw it to scale. No, I'm just kidding.
Well,
just joking. It's not that big. Okay, so the Wolverine turns towards you, and as you're sort of looking, the orc, of course, is facing your direction as well. Suddenly, the Wolverine barks out at you. "What are you doing here?" it asks. And the other figure by the fire, who you now can see looks to be, if you had to guess, a female orc, tilts her head at you questioningly, but says nothing.
Did it sound like like? Oh no, I really shouldn't assume a gender of a Wolverine.
Can't tell.
That is like a statement I never thought I'd have to make in my life, but here we are.
Welcome to role-playing games.
Hello, kind furred being of really slightly scary personage. My companions and I have had a very unfortunate altercation with a pair of very angry and selfish trolls, and we saw your fire, or rather a friend of ours mentioned that there was a fire and a tent here, and we were hoping that it would be possible for us to rest here. If that would be okay with you, I would very much appreciate it. We really don't have a lot we can pay you for, but I can sing a song, or my other companions can dance.
So as you're saying this, the Wolverine is just staring you, and then says, "Adventurers, all right, come here and sit down by the fire and shut up." And turns and walks away, and the orc continues to say nothing, but just sort of regards you, steadily. And the Wolverine goes back to where the Wolverine was, opposite the fire.
And I signal to my companions, like, again, I don't think they actually understand any of my hand signals, but I'm just
so you make them up every time we do this. You make up new ones.
Yeah, that's basically what's happening right now. Is I'm just doing hand signals and just trying to get them to come up. And I go and go by the fire, and I just nod a very soft "Thank you, kind person," and sit down by the fire and warm myself.
Okay. Go ahead and bring your token by the fire. And if the other Vivian and Alorian, if you folks are going to join them, please, you can do so, or not, as you wish.
No. In for a penny, in for a gold piece.
Okay. All right. So there, all three of you come. And when you get here, you're struck by, as you're sort of looking at them, that both of these two seem, the orc never says anything. The orc is just completely silent all the time. And occasionally looks over at the Wolverine and makes a few strange-looking gestures. And after a while, you begin to notice that the Wolverine seems to pick up on this and, "Yeah, right, we'll tell him. Okay." And is talking, so they seem to be communicating somehow. And the Wolverine sort of turns to you and says, you said you've been dealing with trolls, have you?
Yeah, they kind of snuck up on us.
Pretty
mostly
hard
hurt
for
my
a troll
friends.
to sneak up on people.
Well, I mean, they were hiding in the snow, I will just say.
Oh. So you're
Yeah.
not
Your
from around
boulders
here.
at us first.
Yeah.
You're not from around here, I suppose.
Oh, no. We thought this would be a lovely vacation spot, and I will just say that our travel agent will be getting a very sternly worded letter.
And the Wolverine kind of scratches behind his ear and says, I see. And then looks over at the other one and says, at the orc, and says, Greta, do we have any of the extra meat? And Greta silently stands up, and again, 7 feet tall, very tall, and walks over inside the tent. You can see that the tent is a hide tent, actually. Not sure what the hide is, but goes in and grabs a few things and comes out with what looks basically like, if you had to guess, several fairly decent-sized slabs of frozen meat, and puts them on spits and sticks them on top of this roaring fire. And as the meat begins to thaw/cook, Greta plops back down in the snow and looks at the other one, at the Wolverine. The Wolverine says, all right, we'll have food for you in a minute. Listen, don't take this the wrong way, but you haven't been stirring up the trolls, have you? We have enough problems up here without them.
Not intentionally. I will say, yeah, we've not been sitting around.
Just as bad.
Well, I will just say we stumbled upon them. It was not on our intent to do so. In fact, preferably, my companions in particular would much rather not be near trolls at this particular juncture in our time. So,
well, what the hell are you doing up here then if you don't want to be near trolls or snow?
We're searching for some missing children.
Yeah.
And he stops like mid-scratch. He's like,
Yep.
Missing children from where?
There's some town down there that they really terrible at bringing harps in at the appropriate time from the snow. But yeah, their children have been getting stolen, and so we're kind of we basically offered to help, even though we thought we were getting a cool winter vacation. Yeah.
Stolen? Stolen by whom?
We don't know yet.
And at this point, you hear from underneath a bush nearby, Grilla's done it! Grilla! Now,
That's how
yeah, go
she's
ahead.
our current suspect, I will say. That's why we're up in this area, is because I will gesture towards George Siffer is leading us to where Greta is supposed to lair.
Yeah.
She's currently our
Grilla.
best suspect in this matter.
And the Wolverine, now when, I would like actually all three of you to make insight checks, please.
Oh no.
What is mine?
Let's see, do I have insight?
Why do you
I
think you
I
rolled
do
the
have
worst stat?
insight.
Great insight.
Oh God.
The meat smells really good,
Oh,
Reginald.
that's not so
Very,
bad.
very good. Ah, okay.
Oh, it's human meat. Oh no, they're cannibals. No.
Silent greenest people. No, that's not the insight. Both Ilorian and Vivian, as I say, Reginald is very interested in what's going on with the meat. But Ilorian and Vivian, you notice that when the name Grilla is said, and when Ilorian says a few things more about why we're up here, you can see the eyes on the Wolverine widen. And then the Wolverine kind of shoots a look over at Greta, the orc, and then looks back to you, and in a very low and kind of gets slightly to its paws, and in a low growling voice, what do you intend to do with Grilla?
If she is the entity behind the kidnapping of the children, she will be punished for her crime.
She will be, because Grilla's responsible for everything bad that happens around here. I should know. And he kind of sinks back down in the snow, and you can see his fur just bristling. The snow actually slides off it a little bit because of the, intensity of his gaze.
Did Gorilla turn you into a Wolverine? Is that what this is about?
And so the you
I wasn't going to go that blunt.
I was just going to say, like, so
It's kinda
it kind
blunt.
of stares, and then, like, the Wolverine swivels its head towards you, and its eyes are wide, and you can see its ears kind of perk up, and then he says, "You're very insightful, Tiefling. Very, very insightful."
Yeah, I got an A level in insightfulness.
And
Yeah.
the Wolverine shakes a little bit of snow off its back. "Yes, many have fallen under that ogress witch's Grilla's wiles. Curses, more like. She twists everything so your wish becomes your damnation.
Oh.
I wish to be more in tune with animals and to be able to awaken them to speech and thought. And this was the result." And he kind of turns around and, looks at himself and shakes his fur. "Grilla trapped me in the form of a Wolverine. Nothing has worked thus far. Remove curse spells have had no effect. The only way to get rid of it probably is to kill her. Except she could probably do much worse. And frankly, I've had about enough of being an animal as I want."
I can respect that, but I mean, look on the bright side. At least you're not a squirrel.
This
I
is
will
bad
sigh.
enough.
If you would like to accompany with us to meet Gorilla, we would be happy to have you along.
Okay, this time I just want Allurian to make this insight check, please.
All
Oh
right.
no. Oh no. Oh, Illyrian, you sweet, naive summer child.
I'm not naive. I'm 25.
Dang.
A
Wow,
nat
he just,
20,
like,
you mean?
Suddenly you
Yes,
see
a nat
right
20.
right to the mind, the central mind of you see I would say, Allurian, a combination of two things. The first reaction is a moment of eagerness, a kind of like, and then for the first time since you've met this Wolverine, it kind of sinks back, and you see perhaps the slightest tremble along the flanks. If you had to guess, Allurian, you would say that this creature is frightened and angry that it's frightened. This is not something that usually has been scared.
I'll put up my hands like, all right, offer withdrawn. I did not mean to offend or incite.
"I'm not offended." And he kind of lowers his head.
I know that. I'm just I'm trying to give him some pride
No,
by
I know
not
that.
saying
I know.
he's scared. Yeah.
He says, "There was a time when the name of Haskins the Druid would have struck fear into other creatures, until I was brought down to this." And
I'm really sorry about what you're going through.
you know what it means to lose yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I once lost myself to the music. It's not quite the same, but, in the vague territory.
Perhaps
Yeah.
it is to have oneself ripped from you because of that thieving, betraying.
Well, the good news is we're here, and we're gonna help.
And he says, "The way you looked when you got here, it seemed like you couldn't even handle the trolls. You know Grilla is much worse. She and her husband." Thank you for the
Husband?
gift sub, by the way, Rudnell, very much to MF Looter. Thank you, Rudnell. "Yes, that filthy husband of hers.
Tell us about this husband.
Yeah.
He's a troll, a dim-witted buffoon. His name is Lepaludi, but he's known best for saying whatever his wife wants him to. He nods, he sighs, and then beats things in the face when they need it. He's a waste of time, but he is a troll and dangerous. But he's nothing compared to his wife."
My goodness. You really don't like them.
Can you blame me, Tiefling?
They turned Wolverine. I would have a grudge too at this point.
I mean, I get it.
Starts
I get
to
it.
scratch his ear again.
I get it. It's bad. Oh no, I'm a Wolverine. Like, I mean, it's fine. It's fine.
So Reginald, you wouldn't be able to play a harp if you turned into a Wolverine.
What are you talking about? Wolverines have claws. You can still play a harp.
You would wreck every harp you tried to play.
No, Wolverines can be delicate.
Really so different from
This is ridiculous. I could play a harp if I was still a Wolverine, and it's not like I need to move the harp around. I've got other people for that. Almost made Trish joke.
Okay.
Well, great. So if look, we're gonna take care of this gorilla / husband being a troll problem. We got you covered, but for now we need to rest. My companions have wounds they need to heal, and if that would be fine, we could use the fire and we could, get warm and everything would be cool, right? It'd be fine.
And so Haskins, the Wolverine, looks, kind of stares you down and then slowly turns back and says, "If you have need of shelter, you can rest inside the tent. There's no sleep in Greta and me tonight. But be cautious. If you hear the sound of howls outside, don't assume it's the wind. Like as not, it's Grilla or one of the trolls who have come to finish the job they started with all of you."
Oh.
Well, that's cheery.
Cheery is not what I do.
Yeah, we can tell. You are just a font of joy.
Thank you.
Nature, not bug.
All right, so definitely a short rest at least. Do we want to wait for a long rest, or do we want to just take a short rest and then?
Well, I think the first thing we need to determine is whether or not this meat is edible, and by edible I mean ethically.
Because I was going to say the meat is now thawed pretty nicely and is now cooking along merrily and smells delicious.
It may smell delicious, but I am always concerned that I might be eating unethically sourced meat.
Okay.
So is there some sort of could I roll an insight check perhaps or something to determine
or a nature check?
Yeah, I think a nature check is probably more an insight into what the meat is telling you. Maybe wouldn't be as quite as. So I think we're looking at a nature check there.
Nice. I think I got it.
Pretty likely that what this meat is some kind of elk or reindeer or something like that. If you had to guess, almost certainly a native animal to this region. Does not look to be troll or child or anything like that you're coming up here looking for. But if you had to guess, probably elk or reindeer of some kind.
All right, I take a knife and I cut a big old piece off and I just start munching it down.
So it's very good, like crispy. If you've ever had, for those of you in chat who are vegetarians, I apologize in advance. Just imagine that I'm talking about tofu here. But if you've ever had a situation where you've roasted some meat over an actual campfire, there's a crispy outside that it gets, and it is delicious. And that's what this is like. I mean, absolutely scrumptious. This looks fairly fresh, this meat, within the last day or so, but obviously they've been keeping it. The cold weather certainly helps keep the stuff frozen in relatively decent condition, and it's been expertly sort of cut and sliced. And as you see the size of the sword and several knives at the belt of Greta, you think you can probably put two and two together that Greta must be pretty big expert in this kind of stuff. So this is quite delicious. In fact, delicious enough that any one of you that partakes in it will gain an additional hit point back.
Awesome. I'll have some for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. This is so good.
Okay, so what time of day is it right now, OGM?
It is, I believe you were dealing with them about early afternoon. You're probably heading into mid-afternoon, early evening. Like I would say maybe 4:30, not mid-afternoon, late afternoon, early evening. Like say 4:30, 5 o'clock possibly. And the sun does not, goes down pretty early at this time of the year in Midwinter.
It does.
So
I'll turn to. Go ahead.
we can take a short rest and go after Grilla in the dark, or we can take a long rest and go after Grilla at dawn if we are undisturbed until then.
Long rest.
The only caveat to that, I'm not saying I'm playing devil's advocate here. I'm not necessarily arguing against long rest. Is if we keep it another night, then there might be more children at risk.
I don't like that.
But it's true. But on the other hand, if we go there at dawn, the that might be minimized, but there might be more non-combatants we have to save.
We're already going to have to save a bunch.
So I'm going to turn to Door Sniffer. Door Sniffer. How far
Door
away...
Sniffer, of course, is not visible right now, but is just in the bush. So you turn to where you think Door Sniffer is, basically.
Door Sniffer, how far away is Grilla's place?
Last Door Sniffer saw, not far, maybe, maybe perhaps 15 cycles from here, at least the last time. And so he says that, as I get my ears blasted out by the music, sorry. I was just like, good God.
Blink, blink.
Yeah, so anyway, he says that, and Haskins sort of growls quietly and says, "If whatever that thing is you're talking to knows its business, it's more than we do. We've been scouting around for days, but haven't been able to locate where Grilla's lair is. She's moved since she cursed me. But if you, whatever your voice is in the bushes there, know better, you should tell us now, unless you're in league with her." Not in league. I'm, and then like you hear the sound of very clear stress eating going on in the bush.
Oh, poor Door Sniffer. God, he's going to need so much therapy.
He is going to need therapy. But we were wrecked by the trolls. I would prefer us to be at full strength to trying to deal with Grilla.
I think that is probably the most intelligent thing.
Yeah. So, there is a risk, as I pointed out, but I think the play is we do a long rest and then we move with dispatch and meet Grilla as quickly after dawn as we can and see if we can't find out what's what.
Yeah, keep in mind, they told us that the Grilla is more dangerous than the trolls. We probably do not want to be at partial strength when we go into that fight.
Vivian, thoughts?
I'm very worried about more children going missing, but the fact is, I would have gone all night if it were just a question of going all night without rest, but given how hurt we are and given how hard it sounds what we'll be up against, certainly a longer rest would be prudent, but the instant we're done with that, let's set out before dawn.
Okay.
All right, I think we're in agreement.
Let's do it.
Okay, so are you setting a watch, or are you going to allow Haskins and Greta to manage the kind of de facto have offered to be watching because they're...
Yeah, I think they're enough of a door bumper for us that we can...
I have a good feeling about them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm willing to trust them.
Okay. So then you're able to go into the hide tent. So first of all, let's just talk about this mechanically. Since you're taking a long rest, it means that you'll restore hit points. You will get half of your hit dice back if you used any of them, but I don't know...
I did.
That you did? Okay. So
yeah.
then you'll get half of those back, Elorian.
Okay.
And you'll get you'll restore spell slots as well for those that might be of most significance for Reginald, I think.
And also the cleric.
And also you, yeah, that's right. And also for you, I was thinking about the hit dice for you, Elorian. Yes, of course. Right before I would say, right before the dawn.
Someone was going to cast Identify on that rock.
Oh yes, right. I was going to detect before we do that. I was going to use the ritual to detect magic on the rock.
Okay. Definitely not magical, Elorian, but when you are sort of done with the ritual, You notice, because it moves close to the metal of the blade of your weapon, that it dink, like attaches. This is probably a lodestone, if you had to guess, a magnetic lodestone.
Interesting. And Lorian is all about collecting things on his adventures, so he'll keep the lodestone.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Nice.
But not magical, apparently.
Not magical, but still cool.
Definitely cool. Right before dawn, I think they're going to come in. Yes. Right before dawn, Vivian, you are awoken by someone who's sort of gently shaking you.
I spring awake.
Okay. And you can see that it's Greta, the face of Greta, looking at you. And when you sort of go up, she kind of puts a finger to her lips and then gestures at you to follow her outside.
I arm myself and follow.
When she comes outside, she's next to what is now a cold fire. The smoke is long since passed. There's just ash now. And next to it, you can see is Haskins, who is kind of curled up, and there are some blankets around him. And he looks asleep. And Greta sort of goes over and looks down at him for a long while, and then looks back over at you and signs and points off into the distance.
I gesture down to Haskins and, like, are we not taking Haskins?
And she sort of nods and then says, points at him and then says, points down at him again and says, and points at you as well, and
what about my companions?
nods.
Okay, all of us then. All right, I go back into the tent and wake Illyrian gently and shakes Reginald awake.
What's up?
It's time to go.
Okay.
When you come outside, you see that Greta is bent down by Haskins, who is now awoken. And Haskins is growling something at Greta. And Greta is signing basically what Vivian, she was signing to you, which is just this thing. And Haskins is like, be a fool. You're going to die. We both will die. You know how powerful she is. And Greta, again, like with this very set expression, you fool. And Haskins kind of like shivers and shakes the snow off of his fur and walks away, kind of turns his back and is just kind of staring away from the fire. And Greta looks over to you, Vivian, as the first person that she spoke to, and kind of has this expression like exasperation, and then points at Haskins. It's like, if you go after Grilla, you don't know what she'll do. She's a giant, she is. And her husband. You can see his back just faintly, slightly shivering.
This is a task that's put before us. I'm not turning away from it. But we know it'll be hard, and we can use all the help that we can get. I hope you'll come with us and help us fight.
What if you fail?
Then hopefully we will die well.
Die well. There is no good dying.
I'd rather be dead than turned into a beast that couldn't use a sword or do any of my skills ever again.
He whirls. So, you mock me.
I do not mock you. I give you a chance to redeem yourself. We cannot lift the curse, but if we lift Grilla's head off her shoulders, perhaps that will solve the problem.
And Vivian is very good at lifting enemies off heads off her shoulders.
Super good.
Vivian, make a persuasion check for me, please. Chat, I remind everybody that inspirations are a thing.
Yes, inspirations are a thing and may be helpful during this.
Just saying. Don't make the check yet. Let's see where the chat reacts.
Is plus
Trish.
3. Okay.
Just don't do it quite yet, Trivid. Let's see if. Chat
No, I'm just gonna type it in and I'll enter
got one.
when you say go.
No, this is just showing us who we've got. Let's see who's in chat that get. Well, it depends. Now, of course, I don't want to call out people specifically because.
Thank you, Critical Crafting.
But yeah, we're gonna see whether anyone there is someone I know who is in chat as we speak. Well, for that, Critical Crafting, what you have to do is you have to either sub at tier 2, you've been given a gift sub at tier 1, or you support the Patreon at the $10 level and you're given an inspiration to use. Also, I should say, Prince Justin, it is that you don't, again, I'm not like prompting you, but you can use an inspiration for one of your party mates. You just can't use it on yourself. So you could do that.
Okay, I didn't even realize I could do that.
You
okay,
can do that, as long as it's not you that you're doing.
I wasn't actually logged into the channel, but yeah, I'm going to do that.
Okay. So yeah, as soon as you log in, whenever you get there, just if you can type it in, just because it'll keep it in the bot. Yeah, it's a nice little thing we added that kind of includes things. Very cool. Thank you, Prince Justin. Right. So, Vivian, you have inspiration. Illyrian from the tent. Good luck.
Well, let's hope the second roll goes better.
Big bucks.
Okay, so that's a 15 then.
15, which is better than a 5.
For sure.
So Haskins kind of growls and then he kind of shakes his head. Foolish. You're all brave, but bravery won't matter against her magic. I've learned that myself. And he kind of turns away. You're not necessarily attuned to read the faces of Wolverines, Vivian, but if you had to guess, there may even be a little bit of very human-looking, almost shame in the turning away. And Greta, who sort of looks almost upset for the first time, goes over and literally, like, puts her hand on the fur of Haskins, and Haskins, like, turns around, and she, like, grabs him by the scruff of his neck and signs at him. And then lets him go and strides off to the east. And he says, "You'll be killed, Greta. You'll be..." "Fine. Go let yourself be killed." And he, as you're all preparing to sort of follow her, he sort of comes up to you, Vivian, and he says, "Don't let her die." He
I'll
turns
do my
away.
best.
By Bahamut, we will try to make that so.
We are, after all, fighting for our right, for libations with friends.
And Haskins kind of growls and comes back over to the fire. "Yeah, no, we don't do that, Arudinel, just because it gets too difficult to kind of track, unfortunately. For me, anyway. Comes back over to the fire, the dead fire, which is now just dead and cold. And as you head off to the east following Greta, you can see Haskins is watching for quite a while as you pass over the hill into the spot beyond. And Reginald, I would say, just as you're following them behind, just as you go over the last hill before you lose sight, there is some shaking of a bush next to you, and you hear, "Good, yes, keep on this path. Be very quiet, though." And it sounds like the voice of Door Sniffer coming from the bush.
Door Sniffer's back. Get ready to throw some bread.
Thanks for the advice,
No
bread
problem.
boy.
And goes along. Okay, and you pass over the hill and lose sight of the campfire. What we have not lost sight of, though, is our lovely players. It's a good place to reset and welcome everybody to D&D with Viewers, Part 3, the conclusion of Midwinter's Mourning, brought to you by Critical Crafting. I am here with Sean Duke, with Prince Justin, and with Triffity Mats, who are playing Sir Reginald Bartholomew III, Illyrian Bluewater, and Vivian the Victorious, respectively. As I said, this began at Worldcon in December and continued last month virtually and is continuing this month virtually. And it's brought to you by Critical Crafting, who is actually in chat. And we have right now a special promotion going, thanks to Critical Crafting, which is if you're interested in this adventure or any of the many things that go along with it, like a new race/culture, like a new class, like new spells, new items, if you want any of that, you can go to the web store of Critical Crafting and put in the code ARVAN, A-R-V-A-N, and you will get $10 off the Midwinter's Mourning packet. So you should do that because it's very generous of them, and this is a really cool adventure. So thank you all for being here. Okay, so you pass along
Arvin,
to the...
I just bought a channel inspiration.
Oh, I saw that. Okay, yes, thank you, Triffid. All right, so you have an inspiration. Now let me actually give you that while I'm thinking about it. That's probably the...
Oh, that's a good idea. You know what? I'm going to do the same thing.
And you'll probably be picking up the last one, I think. Leaves one left. There we go. Perfect. Nice. Okay, so add Triffid.
Good thinking. See, that Triffid is smart.
Already knew. Okay. Let's hope that I got this command right from... Yay, I did it. Wow. I can be taught. All right, and... Yep, I think you're right, Arudnell. And that's going to be... Boom. Okay, good. Everyone has what they need. Thank you for redeeming the channel points, etc. Okay. So as you're heading off to the east, following along, all of you notice that Greta is very sure-footed, even though Greta apparently didn't know exactly where Greta was going. At one point, the sound of Door Sniffer's voice comes not that far away from Greta, and you kind of hear, all right, but more this way, more right. Okay, now more left. And occasionally you hear, which sounds like having a mouthful of bread as they're passing along. But you notice, and I would say in particular, Vivian, you notice that the there's a kind of litheness to Greta's work, like as if this is someone who would be comfortable in a forest, in a mountain, in anything in nature, basically. And you can see why Greta must be as good a hunter as presumably she is, as you continue along behind her. After about maybe a half hour, 45 minutes or so, Greta slows to a halt. And you notice that Door Sniffer has gone silent and is no longer speaking. She's at the top of a rise, basically, of this one small hill. And it almost looks like there's a little valley below her. You can see the ring of what looks like the top of trees from the distance that you're at. And Greta has come right up to the top of it. And Greta looks around at all of you and gestures.
I sneak up.
Make a stealth check.
Go to the race. Just stealth roll. Stealth. Ah.
Stealth.
All right. I got you.
You
Don't
say
worry.
sneak. I say stealth. Sneak. Stealth.
Oh, come on. Give me a good one.
Wow.
Nat 20, baby.
Outstanding. Reginald just like whisper of the wind, like just silently moves up. Illyrian and Vivian, you were also invited. Are you following along?
Yeah.
Can I take 10? Like, take it real careful.
You can
and
go
slow?
slowly. I'll still have you make a stealth check, but you can go really slowly, so the impact of a fail would not be.
Yeah, I'm going to go slowly as well because I am not the stealthy person.
Okay. Yeah, so both of you can
not
go
at
up
all.
slowly.
In fact, I think my modifier is -1.
Let's see how we do.
Come on, you can do it. I have faith in you.
There's one.
Okay. Vivian very quietly. So all of you, so Reginald and Vivian, just silently move up. Reginald is silent. Vivian just slightly less so. Greta's, like very impressed as you come up, and then you hear coming up behind, this loud sort of yell groan as Elorian bangs his foot into a stone below the snow, and does that, and a bird caw, 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 flies off, and Greta just kind of silently stares down the hill and then looks at you, Vivian, and like gestures slowly towards Elorian, like.
We don't know him.
The good news is, because you were moving slowly, it means that that sound is mostly on this side of the hill, which is a good thing because of what the rest of you see. Elorian, as you come up alongside, you can see that they are looking down at a rather interesting picture. You are looking over a small clearing, and I, in fact, have a map for this that I'm going to show all of you. Let me just move. Oh, yes, there's Vivian. I was like, where's Vivian? In the tent. Makes sense. Okay. So let me go these 4. Let's copy that. And let's bring you over to this. So you were looking down from the clearing, and I'm going to say that we're going to move you over here. Approximately. And I'm going to see if I can position everybody roughly correctly. One of the things you notice as you get to the top, Elorian, you barely avoid trotting on what is clearly a skeleton. And in fact, as you look around, there are several sets of bones around this clearing. And you find yourself looking down at several very large persons. There's a strange rattling noise that you can hear in the wind. And as you look around in the trees, you can see what that comes from. Because these, I mentioned the body, the skeletons, you can also see small humanoid skeletons strung up like decorations amidst the branches of these trees. There is a flickering orange light that issues forth from the center of the clearing, coming from a roaring fire and sputtering in the whirling wind and snow. 2 massive creatures, nearly 15 feet tall, are illuminated by this fire. One of the creatures places a massive cauldron on top of it, and the creature in question resembles a hag, but much larger, and with a bovine tail, if you had to guess, and a heavy sack slung on her back. And as she opens up the sack, she pulls out what looks like a fairly decent-sized fibia, and is like looking at it, and then tosses it in to the cauldron. The other creature behind her is covered in thick tangles of fur with a mottled gray face and a salivating mouth. And in case people are curious, like, what does this look like? I would ask all of you to take a look at... Let me see, I know I had an image for this. Give me a second here, so I can get you the image that you need. There we go. This one, let's copy that like that. Let's move that like that. I had this image, but rather than showing you the image that's the start screen, I want to give you one that's a little better. Okay, good. This is fine. And we'll put that up there, and it's like this. And I will show this on OBS starting right... he said stretching it out. There we go. All right, here we go. Now, it's far too large, so just bear with me as I shrink that down. But here is what you see. There we go. And so the other creature, as I said, is a mottled gray face and is salivating, looking down at this cauldron. The second creature, the hag-like creature, leans close over the cauldron and folds its hand together in an almost prayer-like manner. Behind her, the other creature says, "Ready yet?" The creature asks, its voice a low, dim-witted rumble.
No, not yet. The brats are nicely marinated in fear now, but the broth needs to come to a nice scalding boil. Oh!
And kind of like touches some bone, like puts another bone in the pot, stirs it some more. And the other creature says, "Oh," seems vaguely disappointed. You can see both turn their nocturnal eyes, although, of course, it is dawn, but it's still not super bright here. It never really is on Brittle Frost Isle, super bright. And you see them turn their eyes towards 3 shivering children. You can see them over here to the north of, right over there to the north of the clearing. They are tied tightly into blankets, sitting near the far edge of the clearing, near a small cave mouth.
Okay, I silently touch Illyrian and Sir Reginald both on the shoulders, and I wiggle my fingers in the direction of those people, and I start to string my bow.
Okay.
I'm not going to cast it yet because I'm going to try to time it with Vivian's outburst and whatever Reginald's going to do. But I'm thinking it's time to bring some lightning again to the party because we are out in the open, got nice clear sky. I think these 2 beings could enjoy the power of a Tempest cleric devoted to Bahamut's wrath.
As long as you can avoid targeting the children.
I get to choose where the lightning goes. So yes.
Okay.
Arvin, I have actually, instead of a bow, I have a crossbow. Does that have the range? It doesn't say here.
Yeah, because this map, I believe...
Oh, yeah, that's good. Yeah, how far are we?
Give me 1 second. This is,
like
these are
this.
5-foot squares. So you
so
are 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. You're about 50 feet from the, from this right here, which would be, that I believe is the, let me make sure I get this right. I think, no, I take that back. This is the troll, apparently the husband, and this is apparently Grilla, the massive giant-like, hag-like creature. So you are probably from where you are, Vivian, 15, 20, about 40 feet from the troll.
Yeah,
And
actually,
maybe,
my thing says 80/320.
right. So I think you're plenty well within range, I would say.
Okay.
I whispered to the party, are we sure these are like the children they want back? Like, they're not like different children, like less favorable children?
Even if they're different children, they're children that are going to be eaten by these creatures, in which case we must save them.
I pinch Sir Reginald hard.
I'm just saying, like...
Who shrieks loudly? No, just kidding. just kidding. Just kidding.
I'm saying, like, we're sure about this, right? Like, we were supposed to be on vacation.
Sometimes vacation means kicking butt for goodness.
Okay. All right. But I'm just letting you all know I'm going to write a song that makes me look good and you bad. So.
That's fine. Shock first, song later.
I'm going to give bardic inspiration then to Vivian.
Okay.
Okay.
One of my 4.
I am going to pull those things up. Okay, so that's... Okay. And, all right. Now, as you're doing this, Vivian, stringing the bow, Greta...
cocking it, but
loading the crossbow,
Okay.
basically. Who are you aiming for? Because Greta is also looking down in that general direction, and is clearly trying to get a sense of who you're aiming at also.
I point toward the hag. Clearly the worst threat.
Mm-hmm.
We
Okay.
concentrate fire.
Okay, and Greta nods and silently, like in very sort of slick, impressive motion, just faster than, almost faster than you can see, strings an arrow on the bow and brings that down and sort of gradually draws back on the bow. So if you are going to get a shot off, so you're doing that, you're going to cast your spell, Elorian. So, Reginald, what are you going to do? Because you're probably going to get, it looks like you're going to get a round off on these creatures before they have a chance to react. So what are you planning to do?
Bring out a big gun.
I suppose I should also draw my bow for a shot.
Okay.
I think that's a smart move to make.
Okay. All right. So you draw your bow. Oh, I have to make sure I include Greta here in this list. All right. You draw your bow. What order do you want to? I mean, this can be simultaneous, I suppose, but you're all aiming, I think you said, at Grilla?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. When I bring up the storm, the lightning bolt's going to go down on the hag.
Okay.
I whisper to Lurian, we're going to go on 3, and you're going to count us off, and we're going to simultaneously shoot her in the eyeball.
Okay. Tres, dos, uno.
I point over to Greta and count down 3, 2.
Okay. And so when you do this, you all fire at once. I will allow... I'm going to have that spell go off last. So we're going to have the shots go off first. Whichever order you want. If you want Reginald to go first, shot to try your attack first, and then Vivian. It's up to you, folks, what order you want to do this in. 19.
And Vivian, don't forget that you have an inspiration die, which...
I'm not using that right now, but thank you.
You're going to save for later? Okay.
Okay. All right. So that is... okay. That's going to hit. So I'm going to have you roll damage. Yeah, no. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1, huh? 3, 2, 1, huh? Okay. So go ahead and roll your damage for that, Reginald. That is a hit. 11 damage. All right. Good start.
Perfect.
Good start.
Nice.
Okay. Right. Okay. And
Yes.
Vivian, okay, also hits. Let's see the damage you do there. Exactly, Runo.
5. Yes. 8 points.
All right, 8 points there. I'm going to stop the non-combat music. We won't need that in a minute. Okay, 8 points. And last but certainly not least, the lightning is... Oh, wait, actually, no. How about Greta fires first?
Yep, Greta fires.
Okay, let's see. Okay. Actually, you'll be happy to know that Greta's first shot goes wide, but as you look, she has knocked another arrow and fired it. She fired 2 arrows in the same time you were
Nice.
firing one,
She's good.
and does hit with the second one. So basically, these 3 shots of yours, like hit 3, 1. Ah! Ah! She shrieks and sort of stumbles back from the cauldron. Go ahead, and now the lightning spell will go off.
Right,
Lorian.
she's gonna have to make a dex saving throw,
Right. Okay.
or take full of this damage.
What's the and also what's the radius of this spell?
The radius is 60 feet. I'm centering it on the cauldron.
Okay. 60 feet on the cauldron. All right.
Yeah,
So
so
let's
it's
see.
gonna cover most. It's gonna cover. I think
Wait.
this entire.
If you do 60
If
feet, you're
those
going to
squares
hit.
are 5 feet, you're going to hit the kids.
Well, it's only going to affect the kids if I draw a lightning bolt down on them. Otherwise, it's just a cloud over their heads. It's a big cloud, 60 feet diameter.
Yes.
The
Okay.
lightning goes down at one point I pick within that cloud.
Ah,
And since
very
it's a
good.
60-foot radius, actually, it would be. Help me with my math. It would be 30 on either side of the cauldron.
No,
wouldn't
it's 60 on either side. It's a radius, not a diameter. So it's 60 feet on either side of the cauldron.
Oh,
so
geez.
it covers
So-
the
So
entire.
basically, the entire clearing is what you're saying.
Yeah,
Okay. It's a big cloud, and we're all living in it.
it's
All
a
right.
big cloud, and you're all under it.
Kabam! All right, that is a big, that's a big radius. Okay, so, right. Okay, so there we go. So the cloud goes down. You just interrupted the Great Hag Bake Off. That's exactly right. And they are not happy about it. All right. So you did that, and now she's going to have to make, you said, a dexterity saving throw.
Correct.
Maybe being hit 65 times by arrows makes that difficult. what's the DC I'm looking at here?
The DC is probably my
probably your spellcasting modifier, right?
It's my spellcasting modifier, so it would be a 14.
She sure does not make that.
So she's taking. Unfortunately, I rolled poor in the damage. I only rolled 11 damage this round, but I get to throw these things down every round for 10 minutes.
So gets absolutely struck by this, shrieks in anger and pain, and you can hear the kids also screaming like in horror and terror and all this stuff. And then you can see just through the dark cloud of where the storm has been placed, you can see her pointing with her spoon, this massive ladle that she pulls out of the cauldron, and she points it in your direction. Kill them both! Kill them both! And now I would like everybody, please, to roll initiative for me. Let's fire up some combat music here. All right, here we go.
Of course I roll a nat 20 for initiative.
You go, Sir Reginald.
I get to go first.
I get to go first. Okay,
how nice.
You rolled a nat 1, Griffin. Oh.
Wait, did I roll a nat 1? Really?
Yes, you did.
Then I am using my luck and... Wait, no.
Does that matter for initiative?
It probably doesn't
Just
matter.
means you go last.
Yeah,
Can you go worse than last?
Well, no, if halfling luck, I'm trying to think actually, because you can normally re-roll ones.
Lucky says roll 1 on attack, ability, or saving roll.
Yeah, so not initiative.
None of which applies.
Yeah.
Okay.
So sadly, no. Okay, and then... Okay, that's right. Okay.
Okay.
So we have got now, so let's take a look at what we got here. We have got, let's see.
It's me first. It's okay.
It's definitely you first. We'll see. Thank you, Shadowed Mage. What the heck is it? Take a chance, roll the dice. Is this hell or paradise? In this land of high adventure, carve your fate. Forgotten realms, magic spells. I feel like I'm not doing this right. It's probably like, hallowed halls beneath the fells. He's the master of the evil and deep. He's the dungeon master. I assume that's what it's more like, right, Shadowed? Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. Okay, you're just here for a big mega boss fight, is what we're looking at. Okay. So let's get you added to the turn order. Well, there they all are. Everybody popped up. So Reginald has got, is that a 23 that I see? No, that was from last time. You've got a 24 this time, Sir Reginald. Even better. Okay. All right. Let's see. Vivian has got the 6. Vivian was probably so impressed with the shot. It was just like, oh, did you see that shot? That was a great shot. Prince Justin with the 7, which is what Prince Justin had last time, actually. Valorian had a 7 last time.
Valorian's not the fast one.
Very consistent, though. Very, very, very consistent. Thank you for the follow, Arturo. Sorry that that's covered over. I'll move that over these notifications. I'll move those up. My bad. Thank you. Cool. All right. So we've got that there, which is the... So we'll make that, and we'll find out what order everyone else is going in. As I move things around this rather crowded screen. Move that there for now. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to... You already know what Greta looks like. We're going to drop her out of the mix for a moment. You don't leave the ogre and the troll up there. Okay. Alrighty, so... Okay, so there's that. Alright, and then this. Okay. This. And that and that. Okay, great. All right, let's get rolling. First up is Sir Reginald Bartholomew III. You have a giant who's been hit 3 times plus lightning, and then you've got this. Now, actually, one question first for Ilorian. Does your spell obscure sight for people outside of it?
No, because it's just a cloud up in the sky.
In
and
the
it's
sky.
calling down,
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
Not
it's coming down lightnings on it. So
Got
no,
it.
it's not
Cool,
like
cool.
fog cloud,
So
which
you
I do
can,
have.
so
but
you
not
can
you.
see all, Sir Reginald.
I can see. You can see all.
All right, perfect. It's time. Time for vicious mockery.
I was waiting. It's
You-
time
you-
for this vicious mockery. Okay.
So, and to be clear, so the hag lady is staying behind, and then the other dude's coming up. Is that kind of how this is going?
Right now, the hag has ordered all of your deaths by pointing at you. She is slightly behind her husband, but not by much. He has not had a chance to move yet, but he does look like he's turned in your direction and is ready to charge.
Okay, I'm gonna do it to him because he seems mentally weak.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay.
You, sir, are a sad excuse for a troll monster being. In fact, I am pretty sure that when they convene the union of troll-like beings, they don't even let you in the front door, even though you've paid your membership dues.
So, so
Wow.
he like looks at you and he's like, and then like, roars out because he's figured out that even though he doesn't know what the hell you said, you were clearly intending to be insulting, and that bothers him. So you have viciously mocked him successfully.
Oh, he failed?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
excellent.
100% failed. He just needed to figure out what you said first. He's not particularly bright.
Got it.
But yes, he absolutely failed. So, resulting in, please tell the fine fans at the studio audience.
Well, he'll take 2d4 psychic damage, and then he'll be disadvantaged on his next attack.
So
His next attack roll. So I will roll my damage now.
let us see that happen.
Got it.
A disadvantage is the key.
Well, you only took 3 damage because d4s suck.
The true facts. Okay, nonetheless,
Yeah.
he does not like it, and he does not like the disadvantage either.
Perfect.
All right, and so you have viciously mocked him. Are you staying where you are?
Oh, yeah.
Sir Reginald? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not moving.
Okay,
No.
so you're kind of on this area right above the tree cover. He'll definitely be able to reach you once he gets there because he is, as we've said, quite tall. But we'll worry about that when we get there. Okay, next up is...
Oh, no, I'm not done.
Oh, sorry, you have more. I beg your
I have
pardon.
a bonus
wait,
action and another attack I can do.
Okay,
Oh, you
so...
trying to steal from me?
My bad. Vicious Mockery was just a regular action for you?
Yeah, it counts as one of my attacks.
Okay.
Yeah, and then for my bonus, I'll do the Bardic Inspiration on Greta.
Okay.
So that takes me down to 2.
Okay.
And then I am going to shoot my bow.
So if you already took your action with Vicious Mockery, you can't then attack on top of it. Yeah.
I get 2 attacks.
2 regular attacks, though. If you're
Yeah,
using
so I
up
get...
your-
Yeah, so it's part of the College of Valor. You can attack twice during your attack action instead of once.
Right, but you have to take an attack action to do that. You didn't take an attack action, you took the action of using Vicious Mockery. Follow what I'm saying?
That's-
Like you... So...
Attack is weapons, I guess.
Yeah,
Right,
you
exactly.
can attack twice.
Oh, that
with your
didn't-
Oh, yeah, but not.
Yeah, so like when you say, I'm attacking with a bow or I'm attacking with a sword or whatever, then you can attack twice because you took the attack action. But you used Vicious Mockery effectively, but that is your action when you do that.
But it doesn't get counted. It counts as a ranged spell attack.
But it doesn't, it's a spell, but it doesn't count as an attack. Even if it were, it would be like an attack with one and like, I don't know, a shot with the other, but you wouldn't be doing that if you cast a spell. The spell counts as its own separate action when you do it, unless it's a bonus action, in which case that's all different matter. But if it's used as an action, that's not that way. Yeah, sorry. You can attack twice if you call the attack action and that's what you're doing, but then you wouldn't have been able to viciously mock Satan.
Got it. Okay. Well, he's viciously mocked, and so he's going to fall over himself in sadness.
That's clearly true.
right.
Okay.
Then I'm done.
That's right, Rudin. It takes a lot of concentration to think of a sick burn on the spot like that. Yes, I totally agree. Okay. Grilla is next to act. Grilla was very, very displeased and apparently has, because of that, has decided to act in this way. So, let's see. what are we going to do here? Okay, so is going to let's see, 5, 10, 15. Counting out range here. Okay, so she is going to. Oh, she can't quite do that yet. Well, darn it. Okay, fine. Then in that case, she is going to grab from the stew. She grabs from the stew something, and you are rather horrified to say that you're pretty confident it's a skull of some kind, and she chucks it directly at... hold on. My daughter is calling me. Hold on one second. There's a skull flying in the air. You don't know who it's going to.
The suspense. Ah!
Okay. Hang on one second, people. Bear with me. Skull is flying in the air. Talk amongst yourselves. Give me 1 second.
Well, I guess we may as well reset, because I know we've had some new people come into chat since this game began. I'll start. I'm Triffidy Mats. I'm playing Vivian the Victorious, a halfling fighter. She, her.
I'm Illyrian Bluewater. My name is Paul Weimer. I'm playing Illyrian Bluewater, the Tempest Dragonborn cleric, the straight man of this group. Pronouns he, him. I like to shock things a lot.
Excellent. And I am Sir Reginald Bartholomew III, your tiefling bard who has an unnaturally close relationship with a life-size harp. It's delightful. It's a really good harp, though. They've met the harp. You've both met the harp. It's a really nice harp.
Indeed, the very model of a harp.
I mean, you could even argue that it was essentially the mold from which all harps were made.
I don't think you could argue that.
The
Well,
one
I
true
do.
harp of which all harps are but shadow.
I see the joke. Was going to become a bard. I didn't have the harp for it. Cute. Very cute.
Oh, well,
The harp-
we can't harp on that too much.
Oh,
The
my
harp
goodness.
is gold with rose filigree. It is basically the same height as my character as a tiefling, roughly about 6 foot tall. Has wheels, so it can be rolled, and a little handle, so you can roll it. The strings are made actually out of, I say, made out of unicorn hairs, but
I think that's a little much.
But look, other people claim that they're made out of what normal harp strings are made out of. I just think that's a lie.
Well, we have a song from CQ to
configuration
gladden
thing.
our hearts.
Oh, and I really appreciate Shadowed Mage mentioning the doodly doodly doo, which is really an important moment in my character's life. Yeah, A+.
Ooh, Sir Reginald, Crystal Cropping says Sir Reginald should just steal some songs from chat.
There's a skull in the air. There's a song in my heart. There are villains to slay. Let's all do our part. And the storm rains its fire while Sir Reginald sings.
Sadly, Big Tiger Man, I don't have Spirit Guardians as a spell. I'm a shocking cleric, not a spirit cleric.
Yeah, but the shocks are delightful.
The shots are delightful. No, because Big Tiger Man says, "Oh, we can see Spirit Guardians." And I said, "No, my thing is electricity and thunder and lightning."
Wait a minute, is Shadowed Mage challenging the size of my harp?
Yours is too small to be a harp.
All right,
Oh, I got lie.
there-
Oh God.
Yeah. I got
This
the pun.
animation is challenging out. Wow.
Oh boy.
This is
I
real-
would just note that, as Critical Crafting has pointed out, it is currently frozen solid because of the selfishness of the town that we were just in, for not retrieving it in an appropriate amount of time. But it is, in fact, a regular size harp. It's a normal harp. It's a very important harp.
I think what you keep referring to as a normal harp is actually a great harp because it's taller than you, right?
Like, just barely. It's
I
like
think
just
a
like an
normal
inch.
harp is like a lap harp.
Yeah, that's not what I consider a normal harp. That's what I call like a miniature harp. A harp for children. My harp is full-sized. It's a concert harp, as Lurleni has pointed out. That is correct. Concert harp. Which is normal.
Welcome,
That's what a normal
Lurleni.
harp is. Yeah.
Big Tigerman or Tigerman. What kind of fighter? I'm a battle master. Is that what it's called? Yeah, battle master specialty.
Also a great teacher in the arts of swords.
Children, yes.
Well, I was giving very basic what this weapon is for and what that weapon is for. I was not putting them through any drills because the main lesson that I was impressing on them was you do not touch a fighter's weapons without asking because they are tools, they are not toys.
That's right. Yeah. It's a very important lesson to learn about pointy objects.
Mm-hmm.
But one day they will learn, and it'll be fine. And then they will be warriors too, perhaps one day. Yeah. So it's good. Vivian likes to poke things, is really good at it. Which we're probably about to see. There's going to be some poking.
Hopefully not poking on the other side. Although hopefully your vicious mockery will do the trick.
I mean, I really hope so, because, good lord. I like viciously mocking, but I also want to be able to put arrows in their eyeballs, so...
I'm in favor of us living and them dying horribly. Electrocuted style.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. I think it's very important. Critical Crafting is pointing out that Midwinter has a militia now made of children. That is correct.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
They're not
Apparently,
delicious
critical
children, though.
crafting is making a point from the voice of Mari Lud. That's not. Children are not delicious.
I mean, generally they're not very delicious. Well, look, I'm just gonna say that in general, eating people is just not generally a thing you should do.
That's right.
Yeah.
I think we can all get behind that.
I mean, not for moral reasons, but just solely on the grounds that it's probably deeply unhealthy.
Well,
Like the
you do-
prions and stuff.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
because there are tribes in New Guinea that basically have endemic problems with brain diseases because they are cannibals.
Yep.
The only way that disease spreads is eating brains of other people.
Yeah.
So,
It's rare, but but also, like, I mean, I'm sure people in the chat didn't think that they were going to be learning about what cannibalism does to the human body, but I will note that it's not actually terribly good for your digestive tract.
No.
In fact, if you think that eating a human leg might help you with your hunger, it actually will make you more ravenous over time, because your body does not process human meat the way that it does
Concept
other
not
meat.
of
well.
Cannibalism.
Yeah. Which is why historically most cannibalism has been ritualistic rather than as a source of main protein.
I mean, that's the majority of cannibalism in history is ritualistic. Even some of the major religions still engage in ritualistic cannibalism. Most of it is metaphorical rather than literal, but
My
Paul
apologies.
is-
I'm sorry, everybody.
Yeah.
Um,
Paul is a
Paul is
Catholic.
correct. The Eucharist.
Exactly.
okay.
Well, we educated your listeners
Yeah.
while you were gone.
About,
On all
about
sorts of
cannibalism?
topics.
Is that what I...
On other topics too. We were
Yeah. I
We
gave
had some
my
nice
very
songs
short
from chat and a bunch of heart puns.
Yeah. And I gave my very short version of my annual lecture on why cannibalism's not immoral. But you still shouldn't do it.
Okay. It's not a good idea, but it's not, I see.
It's super bad for you.
Right.
But it's not for immoral reasons, just for health reasons. It's super bad for you.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that we know that. Yeah, I walked down there and I'm just like, the tribes in New Guinea, prion diseases. Okay. Fascinating. All of this because this skull was just flying in the air right towards one of you.
All right, that's how this came up.
That was exactly how this came up.
Yeah, that's how this came up. The skull
I
flying
would
in the-
say that this is going to go directly towards Sir Reginald, who was the one who first did that, awesome joke that was just, the awesome, I beg your pardon, mockery, the awesome mockery. That was
Vicious
part of this.
mockery.
Viciously mocking. So that is going to be, let's see, 17, Sir Reginald?
I have an 18 AC.
Okay, so you just woo, as the skull zips past, and you hear, ah! She seems very upset, but and sort of looks at you angrily, and then let's see, is going to cast something which I think actually is. I was looking at the spell the other way. Okay, let's see. So she does that, and then she lifts up her ladle, and she begins to spin it in the air. And as she does so, you begin to hear a whirling and spinning and swirling around you. And suddenly, there is billowing snow all around you. And I am going to draw the shape of this. I need to make it something which is going to stand out from another circle that is having some effect on things. Okay, we're going to see if I can do it like that, and then I'm going to move it. Okay, so like that. All right, this is billowing snow, and all of you it is heavily obscured, and right now all of you can see very little except white, and hear very little except whoosh, whoosh, as this sort of local squall, if you will, settles in around you, and you hear cackling from somewhere out in the clearing. Okay. Now it is the troll's turn, and Lepaludi is going to charge towards you at top speed. Let's see. As I look for Lepaludi's statistics, which I had just a second ago. Let's see. Yes. Lepaludi is going to charge towards you. And then moving that way. Okay. So, let's see. He's going to run directly towards you into this snow. Don't think he's going to be able to quite get there, though. Let's see. 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 35. So, yeah, he's going to get actually here. So he's able to get there. Not enough to be able to slam down, but he does bring down close enough that he's able to bring... Oh, actually, no. I take that back. He's outside here, so he gets right inside this spot. Actually, I think right outside the lightning there. And he brings his foot down on the ground. 5, 10, 15, 20. That's going to affect everybody. I need everyone there, please, within 20 feet of him, which is all of you, to make a dexterity saving throw, please, as a shock wave goes through the earth underneath your feet.
Dexterity saving throw. Ay.
Indeed.
Wow.
So, Reginald, you're like, ah! Yes, you...
Oh, God.
Illurian, ah! Same thing. Talk about what happens in a minute when we see what happens with Vivian. Wow.
Wow.
Did you roll disadvantage on that too?
This is not an attack. This is a. Oh, it's
a dance move. Got it. Okay.
No, it's an attack, but it's not. He doesn't have to roll to hit you. This is just a saving throw, right? He just stomps on the ground. So for a minute I was like, wait, did I do that? But that's why, because there's no roll involved for him. There is sadly a roll involved for all of you. So yeah, all of you except Greta, who manages to nimbly leap over it, but all the rest of you are knocked prone, and you are going to all take 4 points of force damage. So each of you take 4 points of damage and are all knocked prone. I'm not going to put prone on the icons for right now. We're just going to remember as everybody goes that that's the deal with that. Okay. He was not able to get any closer, though, so he's only able to do that one. He's only able to do that one attack.
That was bad enough.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, in case you need anything else. All right. So, let's see. As you sort of... well, actually, you can't see anything because it's just snow. So never mind what happens, but there may be other things happening in the world that you cannot see beyond your own limited vision at the moment. Okay, next up is Elorian, and Vivian is on deck. Elorian.
Okay, Elorian, first step is going to use his move action to get up.
Oh, by the way, is that storm concentration, Elorian?
It is. So
I need you to make a saving throw, Constitution saving throw, to see if you maintain it.
So yes, it'd be DC 10s at the moment, right? I believe. Constitution. What's my Constitution saving throw modifier on that? Is
Inspire. I want to hang on.
You're going to use the inspiration on at this moment.
I think it's important.
I think it seems logical. Yes. I don't disagree.
Okay.
Oh, also, and one other thing, he gets hit by it the beginning of his turn or the end of his turn, Elorian, the lightning?
The lightning is an action I do.
That you do, right? Okay, never mind. Okay.
Right, so I've given my inspiration to Prince Justin, and he can choose whether to use it or not on this roll.
Right, just before, yeah, you have to do it.
Okay.
Use before.
Before.
Okay, I will choose to use it.
Okay, seems reasonable. Okay.
It was good because I needed it.
You needed it. Okay, so you hit the ground, but you maintain your concentration. Good work on that one.
Thank you, Vivian.
Okay, so that keeps going. Good. Now you're able to stand up as you said.
I stand up. Okay. I can't see this guy. I can't see anything.
Correct. You can certainly hear him, though. He's growling and he's he's only about 10 feet from you.
All right, so I got choices and none of them are good. I'm going to take a risk here.
Okay.
Because let me ask you this, OGM. Can I just if I can't see the spot, can I call the lightning to the same place it was in the hopes that Greta hasn't moved?
Yes.
I might hit her again. That's what I'm going to do.
Yes. You can certainly do that.
I mean, she may not be there to receive it, but she is there. She's going to get a face full of it.
Yep. No, I think she was thinking that you being on the ground was going to be, that she had sent her husband and that was going to solve the problem. And I think is disappointed to find that's not the case. Okay, so needs to make a dexterity saving throw, right?
Correct. DC 14.
Okay, hits herself in the face with her ladle. Apparently, that's a no. Okay, so
so she takes 13 points of lightning damage.
Okay.
That is my turn.
Okay. Okay. Right. She's in for a shocking revelation. Exactly, Rudno.
Yes.
She's been hit with the knowledge of. She has not been current on her attack strategies. Okay. That is going to be it for Elorian because he had to stand up, so that was his move. So that's going to bring us on to Vivian. Vivian, you are prone at the moment.
Right, and I use, if I'm correct, I use my move to stand up,
Correct.
But I can still attack.
That's right.
Okay, well, there is only one person in range for me to attack, and so I will do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I really wish I could attack the hag, but I can't do that this turn. And so I'm going to give it.
I mean, you
all I've
could,
got.
but it's going to be impossible, essentially.
Well, I couldn't get. Well, I could shoot her again, but I think it's more important to do a lot of damage.
Right.
So I'm going to do 2 weapon fighting, and because I'm 5th level, I'll attack twice total, which means
6th level, by the way. But yes, that's.
Right. Well, yes.
But yes.
I'm above 5th
Above
level,
5th
so
level,
I can use this. So that gives me. Is that 3 or 4 total attacks?
So that would be. I think we said that was 4.
I think that's what we said last
I think is what we said. Also, thanks for the host, Trent.
Right, and now
So you may
should I
proceed.
use combat superiority to do something else.
It'd be fun to zap the cauldron and ruin dinner. Yes, that could be the case.
No, not okay. Right. So I will just take my 4 attacks. You know what? I'm also going to take an action surge, and yeah, once per long rest. I just want to get this person out of the way. So I'm going to attack 5 times this round.
Okay. Wow, that's a lot of times. All right, let's see it happen.
And this is with my scimitars. I drop the bow.
Okay. And yeah, that's fine. So you may proceed. All right, in comes the battle master on Lepaludi.
D20 plus 8. Yep. First.
It's 25.
Okay.
Good start. That's a hit. Actually, and give me 1 second here. Actually, let me make sure because of what's going on around you with this spell snow squall type of thing.
Okay.
Let me just give me 1 second. Yes. So, I actually needed. I apologize for not having done this before. I needed Ilorian, and then I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
Okay.
It happens at the beginning of the turn.
Do you want me to count? Sorry, go ahead.
I'm having slight technical difficulties, actually. My computer seems to be crashing, so I think I'll be right back, actually.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Constitution saving throw.
I know the pictures are off, chat. We'll be back in 1 sec.
Sorry, I'm just pulling up my.
Yeah, but that's not how I play at Critical Crafting. I play that it takes up your whole move speed.
Right. Constitution is +6. All right. So let me do a different roll.
Oh, that was.
D20
I'm like, I've become half of
half of yourself.
Illyrian.
Okay, my con roll was 9.
Okay, so what that means is that you are temporarily blinded by this squall, as the snow just makes it impossible for you to actually see what you're doing. So, yeah, I've played it that way for a long time because of other things. So. What that means is that your attack rolls are going to have a disadvantage here because you literally are blinded. You'll be able to repeat this save at the end of your turn,
Okay.
but this is what you're dealing with at the moment.
Right. In that case, I will not use my action surge, so I'll be doing 4 attacks,
4 attacks.
instead of 5.
Sounds good.
All right,
Okay.
So then I rolled a 25, but now I'll have to roll the same thing again and take the worst roll. Okay. D20 plus 8. Ha ha! Take that! Another 25.
Wow.
So I think I hit him this
very
first
consistent.
time.
You 100% hit, yes. Nice work. I'm going to adjust windows, so...
D6 plus 5.
Bear with me just a second. That goes there. That goes down there. And we're all good.
That's 8 points.
And, okay, 8 points of damage. Right. Okay. We've got, let's see, a 15 or a 14.
Or a 14.
14 does not hit.
Yeah.
Or 26. The 18 will hit.
Oh. Need to roll my damage first.
Okay. points of damage, right? You got one more attack, I think?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, 22 or 20. 20 will hit. Nice work. Okay, let's see what that damage is.
Another 8. Very consistent.
Nice.
Despite being blinded, nonetheless, you work
Power
through
of a
this.
battle master.
That is what a battle master does. Okay.
Yeah.
It's Rutger Hauer and Blind Fury. That's where I live. Okay. That's a deep cut chat for any of you who have watched. Got to go watch Blind Fury, the great Rutger Hauer. Okay. So you have. I just said deep cut about that movie, which is funny because he uses a sword. Haha. Anyway. Okay. Well done. So you stood up. You did that. Now you can repeat this con save to try to get rid of this blindness, Vivian. Katana Cane. Yep.
And I was supposed to do one as well?
Yes, and I'm gonna come back to you in a minute.
Yeah.
Nope.
Nope, you're just blinded by the snow. Okay, so yes, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me, please, if you would, Lurian.
17?
Okay, yeah, so
Yeah.
you are not blinded. So that means you remain clear. Now you still can't see anything, but not in the horrific way. Although I don't know if we could all be blinded the way Vivian was. I mean, I think that was fine. That works. Okay, so now it is Greta's turn, and Greta is going to sort of stand forward here. Is going to drop her bow. She was not knocked prone, so she can still move. First of all, she's going to make this save. And, okay, appears to do so. And is going to come in with her sword. Going to move forward like that. And is going to attempt to hit. But is going to miss. This is out of the way. Okay. So unfortunately, Greta does not succeed. And that's going to bring us back up to... Oh, actually, not the top of the round. Oh, yes, the top of the round, yes. So that's going to bring us up to the top of the round. Okay, Sir Reginald, you are up next, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me as well, please.
Hey. Alright. What is my con? Is that what that is? Is that a plus? Okay, that's +1. Alright, here we go. Come on.
Let's see. An 11.
Probably didn't do it.
Yeah, that's not enough. So, you are going to be as well blinded.
I'm not too worried about it. I got this covered, y'all.
Okay. So now
You
you
can still
stand.
sing.
You can still sing. You can also stand if you wish now from your prone position.
Sure. I stand up because I guess that's a thing that we do when we're on the ground.
Okay.
I am correct that this snowstorm is of magic origin.
Yes, almost certainly.
Perfect. First off, I am going to cast Dispel Magic,
Okay.
which, assuming that this spell is of level 4, hold on, what does it say? At higher level. When you cast this spell using a spell slot of 4th level or higher, you automatically end the effects of the spell on the target if the spell's level is equal to or less than the level of the spell slot.
If that's if you're using it as a 4th level spell, you're using it as a 3rd level spell though, right?
Nope, it's it should be my yeah, it's a 3rd level spell. Yeah, so that doesn't count. So it just is it counts as what DC thingy?
Well, so right. So if you're
How
dispelling
does this
magic,
work?
so you're right. So if you're dispelling magic on the
It just says any spell of 3rd level or lower on the target ends.
right. So since you cast dispel magic around you, basically cast it on this zone of effect, you will be happy to know that indeed this thing, you can actually get to it. There we go. I think. What the heck? I think I may have accidentally placed it in the wrong spot. No, that's not it. I'm trying to get... I've lost my circle for some reason. I can't get back to my circle. Okay, well, you have successfully canceled it. I don't know why it's doing that, but... yeah, I don't understand why I put... Bizarre. Anyway,
Excellent.
okay, you get the idea. I don't know why it's still there, but yes, you succeed. So, okay, so that vanishes. So the snow clears, and you can now see Grilla kind of like looking angrily in your direction. And you can see this massive troll. Well, actually, it's more than a troll. Small giant, really. A Jotun troll, anyway. In front of you, looking extremely enraged.
I just, yeah, tongue out, just at him, because why not? And then I guess since I've used that action, I can't attack at this point, so I can just use a bonus. Am I correct?
Yes, because that was not a bonus. That's right. So you can use a bonus action here.
Okay, then I'm going to give Bardic Inspiration to Illyrian.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, you're able
And
to
then
do that.
I'm good.
That was good stuff. Okay. So now Grilla again gets to go. And actually, at the end of your turn, Grilla is going to do something, I believe. Let's see. Yeah, Grilla is going to take another skull from the cauldron and whip it in the general direction of the party. And I think is going to aim this one... Well, is probably going to have the... I think is going to aim this one actually at Elorian. It's probably going to sail over Vivian's head. So it's going to try to hit Elorian there. And that is going to be, let's see, a 10 and... 16 is going to be the AC that we're looking at, Elorian.
16? Yeah, my AC is 16.
Okay. So, let's see. You are going to take only 2 points of damage, Elorian. That's the good news.
Yeah, what's the bad news?
You need to make a wisdom saving throw, because as this thing hits you, you feel a wave of terror pass over you.
That's only a 12.
Yeah, that's not enough. You are frightened.
And I'm going to have to make a concentration.
Wait, what about the Bardic Inspiration?
Oh, that's true. You could use Bardic Inspiration if you wanted to try to roll to see if you get up to that number if you want.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. It's a 1d6, correct?
Is it 1d6, Reginald, I think?
I believe it's an 8. Let me double check.
Yeah, let's make sure before I do anything.
It's a 1d8.
Okay. Big bucks.
I whipped my skull back.
Oh, nope. Didn't help. 14.
14. Came close to helping, but not enough. So
I'm
sadly,
going to have to make a concentration check.
Yep, yeah, you do.
Because I took damage.
I honestly don't know why I help.
And I failed that too. So the storm ends.
Wow.
Storm ends. I'm
Down.
frightened. I got
man,
it. All goes to pot for.
this is
Lori.
rough.
It all started with the PC had a problem, and then next thing you know, everything. It's all right. It's all right. This is the moment where the boss fights back, and you.
What, the Wolverine is going to come back and save us?
You have to figure out what. Who knows? Maybe you convinced it in the end. Okay, all
He
that
went
really
back to
means is-
Narnia to get his other friends.
That's right. So, Elorian, the thing about this is that you have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of your fear, which is Grilla, is within line of sight. And you can't willingly move closer to the source of your fear, which is Grilla. Now, the good
Right.
news is that you can still attack you can still attack Lepoldi, the husband here, the troll that's in front of you, if you wish to, Lepaludi. But you will still, because Grilla's right there, you will still remain frightened until
Yeah.
you were able to counteract that effect.
I am in a bad spot.
Yeah.
That's right.
Admiral Airy
Admiral
blasts
Airy.
in. The penguin returns. Yeah. I don't- okay. So that effect is gone. All right. I really don't know why the other sphere doesn't want to go away. Anyway. Okay. So unfortunately, that happened. Now that I want to make clear, was done on the end of Reginald's turn.
Yep.
And now it's Grilla's turn. And so Grilla at this point, cackling and feeling apparently pretty happy
really
about
good.
these sorts of things. Let's see. Grilla takes up her sack and rattles it and rattles the sack. And as she does so, the skeletons that are in the trees also rattle and begin to, and you hear, it is a high and baleful moan coming from them. I need all of you, because everyone within 120 feet, except for her husband, I need all of you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Okay. I don't get disadvantage on this, correct? Stability
No.
checks. Okay.
No, because this is a saving throw.
Okay. Just making sure. Oh my god, I cannot roll now.
Well, the good news is
God.
you can't be any more frightened than you already are. So
11.
All right, I have advantage on saving throws for frightening, so I'll roll
Okay.
twice.
So, sadly, Sir Reginald, you're like, this is freaky, man.
Yeah, we are.
You are frightened of Grilla. Same effect that I talked about before with Lurian.
But I'm gonna pretend that I'm not.
This is
Is
fun.
that good enough?
Yeah,
Do I need to
Vivi-
roll
yeah,
twice?
you are not freaked out, Vivian. You're just like, listen, you can rattle your bones all you like, all right? Okay. So, let's see. We do that. And let's see. And then, Grilla takes her ladle, plunges it into the cauldron, and whips it upwards. And suddenly, there is quite literally a vortex of stew that is coming from the cauldron and surrounding her. So basically, as she is surrounded by stew, and in the stew are all kinds of unmentionable things that I won't describe in great detail, but if you know her basic culinary interests, you can kind of get the idea.
Potatoes. Yeah.
Yes, clearly. I mean, that's exactly. Okay.
So it's like the stew in the first Conan movie. in the
Oh, yeah,
temple.
good one. Yes. Yep. there you
Yeah.
go.
the deep cut.
Exactly. Okay. So there you go. So this woman was your lunch lady in 3rd grade. Quite probably. Okay. So that's that. And then I think she's going to stay right where she is, actually. Okay. Now, Lepaludi is going to go next. Lepaludi is going to, since he is facing Greta directly, Lepaludi is going to attempt to do some serious damage. Is going to bring down, I think, probably his club upon her. Okay. Yes. So, is going to, no, I'm not going to do that. All right. He is going to swing twice with his club against Greta.
Good luck, Greta.
First one is a miss. Second one looks to be a hit. Slam! Just rams into her, and she kind of grunts in pain as he really sort of slams her backwards. She barely keeps from being knocked off her feet entirely. So he does that. And then he's going to bring down his foot and stomp again.
Oh my, no.
Now, by the way, just so you know, Reginald, that first attack that he did missed because of this disadvantage you had given. So, just letting you know that I hadn't forgotten about the Vicious Mockery.
Oh, good.
Because I think it's only on the first attack that the Vicious Mockery affects the advantage, right?
I don't believe it specifies, but my guess, my
Let me just
inclination would
double
be.
check and make sure. Because I don't want to undercut your Vicious Mockery. I don't want
Yeah, it's just the next attack roll is the language it uses.
Yeah, that's what I figured. So, right. So that's
Yeah.
why he missed the first time. So, but now he is done with that. So now he is stomped. So I need everyone to make a dexterity saving throw for me, please.
I hate this guy.
He doesn't like you much either. Well, I feel like Illyrian actually jumps backwards of his own free will, just throws himself back.
Well, at least we know which party member's least useful this time around.
Oh wow.
He's
Oh my
not
goodness.
wrong. I am absolutely useless.
What is going on?
Okay.
At least roll a 13. You could have the audacity of rolling that.
So actually, both Reginald and Vivian are going to take a little damage, but not as much, and are not knocked prone. You're going to take 3 points of damage each. So Reginald, you'll take 3 damage, but are not prone, and Vivian 3 damage, but not knocked prone. Sadly, Illyrian, you are going to take 6 damage, and you are knocked prone.
Yep.
The good news is you don't have anything you're concentrating on, so there's nothing to worry about.
You don't have to fail any more rolls. Yeah.
No, wait a minute. Okay, so is Gorilla within line of sight once I'm knocked prone?
No, I would say not. You're knocked down, and she's and Lepaludi is right in front of you.
In which case, then I'm no longer frightened.
That's true.
A frightened creature has disadvantage while the source of the sphere is within line of sight.
Right, but I'm wondering if that just means that you're still frightened but don't have the line of sight. Let me just double check.
Well, otherwise, how does this frightened condition ever end? That's the question.
Yeah. Well, the
Because
source of the sphere
it
is
doesn't look
within
like
line of sight.
I can save to end it. It doesn't say it can.
Right. Usually, frightening lasts for a certain period of time.
Oh, then maybe that's why. Yeah. Maybe that's it then.
So let's see.
In which case, then I would be prone
To the start
and
of-
frightened at the same time. World's worst cleric. Hashtag.
Let's see. To the start of next turn. Okay, so yes, actually, this only lasts until because you were frightened because of the start of Grilla's next turn, so you will be frightened until then. So I believe she hit you, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so it's Grilla, and then Lepaludi does this. So at the beginning of your turn, and you're going to be up next, Illyrian, you will not be frightened anymore.
That's something.
Yeah. So
Quick question.
So yeah, the frightening effect only lasts to the start of her next turn.
Yes, Sean?
Yes.
I would like to use Hellish Rebuke on this fellow. Because I can use that as a reaction.
Absolutely. Do you have to be within melee range? I would assume.
Within 60 feet.
Oh, yeah, then you could 100% rebuke. Please hellishly rebuke them.
I will superbly hellishly rebuke. I will not only point my finger, but I will wag it.
Wow. That's a lower circle of hell, I think.
So he must make a dexterity saving throw. If he fails, he takes 2d10 fire damage. And if he succeeds, he takes half.
What's my DC that we're looking at that he needs to beat? It'll be your
It's just a dexterity saving throw?
right, but against
Oh.
but your difficulty, it should say for your spellcasting modifier.
It might be on
it's
your
on
page
here.
3. It's on your page
Oh,
3.
15.
Okay. He does not make it. So
Good.
so go ahead and roll your damage for that. Please.
He takes 9 damage.
9 damage. Okay.
And he deserved it. Every last one.
Oh yeah, no question
Yes,
about
you
that.
did.
Okay.
And if he has any hairs, they're gone.
My hair. Okay. So it's been taken away from him. Yeah, that's grandma level of spellcasting. Exactly, Rudnell. All right. Good job on that hellish rebuke. Okay.
Oh, hold on. I think I do more damage. Hold on.
Well,
Which
2d10 is a
level?
good amount, and you rolled just under the average. For
Oh,
it.
no, I don't. It has to be at a higher level. I'm good. Yep, we're done.
Okay. Good stuff. Okay, so he did that. He made that attack. That was his thing, and that's going to bring us up to Illyrian. So, Illyrian, you were knocked prone. That's the bad news. The good news is you're no longer frightened.
The good news is no longer frightened. So the cleric gets to his feet, You can almost see lightning crinkle in his eyes. And I'm going to cast Cold Lightning again because I
Yeah.
am really pissed off now.
I said lightning. All right.
And I'm going to shock. Okay, and I'm going to shock our friendly neighborhood hag, and I'm going to use my channel divinity to do for destructive wrath. You may take maximum damage when you roll for lightning or thunder damage.
Ooh.
So she'll either take 15 if she succeeds the saving throw, or 30 if she fails.
30. Ooh. All right. First of all, no, not a square. There's a circle.
And I'll put the cloud in. I'll put the cloud in. Actually, I'm gonna put the cloud in I'm gonna actually move the cloud slightly to the west, about 5 or 10 feet, so I can so this this giant will also be still within it. So I'm kind of shifting a little low.
So we're looking at like roughly. So it's like that, and we're talking about
Shifting.
moving it this way, like that, roughly.
Yes.
Okay.
That's perfect.
Okay,
that
good.
will do.
Circle's not 100% perfect, but you get the idea, Chet. Okay, fry them. Now you smell burnt hair. Exactly, Lurlenny, exactly. Okay, so good stuff. Now it is caught within, it is caught in the net. All right, it is caught in lightning. Okay, and you are going to call it, and you can on your turn then zap it away. So you're going to do that right now, right? She has to make because you can bring it up and then call lightning the same turn.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right. So, and using a destructive wrath. So if it fails the saving throw, it takes 30. Otherwise, it takes 15 because I'm using that channel divinity.
And was it, you said DC 15 I'm looking at?
14.
14. Okay, she does make it this time.
Okay, so 15 points of damage.
15 points is still nice.
Still nice.
Okay. Also, you'll be happy to know that she... Let's see if that affects her failed. It's concentration. I was looking to see... Okay, yeah, no, it's not. I was looking to see if it was concentration, but that stew vortex just exists. It just is there. Okay. Lovely. Good stuff, Illyrian. You have stood up. You have done that. Okay. And that's going to bring us to... it would bring us to Vivian the Victorious, but now for this one, I'm going to ask all three of you, please, to make perception checks for me.
Oh boy.
Because you are now...
Perception. Okay.
Yes.
I have a 0 in.
I still can't roll for crap.
And for those of you who are... That's right, and this actually is perception. You're going to be doing this at disadvantage, except you will not, Illyrian, but the other two will because you're still dealing with fear, and she's technically within the line of sight.
All right, I'll see if I can roll lower than 2. Nope.
Okay.
So you need me to roll...
I need you to roll
roll twice and take
perception, and I need you at disadvantage, please.
Got it. Perception disadvantage. What is my modifier on that?
Ooh, good reference, Chris. 15 birds and 5 fir trees.
Why is that
Why
a
don't
terrible
you
skill for me?
sing?
You'd think I'd be more perceptive.
Rude announcement.
All right, and then... Oh, well, good. So 12.
All right, that's actually enough, Reginald, because what you see is the stew vortex drops into the cauldron, and then you see her dip her ladle into the stew and tip it to her lips and eat some of the stew.
Oh, she's healing herself. Damn it.
So,
That's gross.
so yes, she certainly is. Okay, that was Illyrian. That was at the end, and again, that was done at the end of Illyrian's turn, and now Vivian is up.
All right, the first thing I do is yell, "Spoon!"
The tick
the
comes in from
spoon!
the distance. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay.
hopefully Illyrian will take that into account. And now I'm going to attack 5 times because I'll attack 4 times and maybe use an action surge after that.
Okay. Multiple attacks. I just love this whole like
A
dance of metal
17
will
should hit. It's 10 points.
Okay.
Yeah, die.
A 19.
Hits.
Die.
A 7.
Die.
and actually,
I
hold
mean,
on.
7 points.
We do have one problem here. You are frightened, remember? So you were doing these at disadvantage. So what we'll do is we'll just pause for a second on those and go back up to the 17. I'm going to say that those first 2 rolls you made, we'll put those together. So we'll say that you would have
Okay.
hit with either one, so you did 10 points of damage. Now we're going to have you roll the second time, but you're doing it at disadvantage.
Right.
So you
Okay.
roll twice. So you're going to have to roll like 800 times right now.
Yeah, so for your second attack, you're rolling twice, taking lower. Okay, 19 or...
Oh, come on.
23. that will hit. Vivian laughs at disadvantage. Okay, go ahead and roll your damage for that. Different frightened effects, Tren. This one is the one that was from the skeletons rattling in the trees. The one that Alorian was dealing with was from his frightened effect when he was hit with the skull.
Yeah.
Okay, that is 11 points of damage. Okay. All right, third attack.
So much rolling.
Yeah, a lot of attacks. But Battlemaster is no joke. 19 or...
Oh, come on, come on. Come
Big
on,
bucks.
Trish.
23.
Ow!
19 hits. All right, third attack, 19 hits. So let's see the damage.
10.
Okay, and fourth attack. Also makes julienne fries.
Makes me kind
Oh, gosh.
Okay, 27 or...
Oh,
that one sadly misses.
man.
So that was attack 4. Now you said you're doing an action surge?
No, since I'm at disadvantage, I will hang on to that action surge another turn.
Okay, the good
Hoping
news
to get
for
out
you
from under that.
is that at the beginning of Grilla's next turn, that frightened effect will go away, unless she tries to frighten you with something else, which you may get the impression that frightening is kind of her thing. You just,
Yeah.
Okay. Still, though, that was a lot of damage, and Lepaludi kind of like staggers back under the assault of
I should
just
hope so.
blades and things like that. And "Brrr, puny halfling," and sort of coughs up blood. Okay, Vivian, are you staying? Now, you were able to. Is this where you were just like moving up 5 feet? I'm assuming to engage. Do you move back again? You could disengage if you wish. No, you can't because you already moved up. You had to move up in range of the creature. So I guess you were going to stay in range of him anyway, probably, right? But you tell me.
Yeah, I think so. I think I'd rather have the critter attacking me than attacking Illyrian or even Sir Reginald.
Seems reasonable. Okay. All right. And at the end of Vivian's turn, the Grilla is going to... Let's see. There's so many fun things Grilla can do, by the way, thanks to Critical Crafting for all of the fun
things.
stuff capable
Fun
of being
things.
done.
She's been
let's
kicking my butt this
see.
counter.
Oh, come on, Paul. Like, you've not helped.
Let's see.
Yes, I know my rolling has not helped. It is true.
So many ones from you.
What can I
At least
do?
you're getting him out now.
She's going to hurl another skull. This one she's going to hurl at Reginald. I think she has the best shot at Reginald here. So she's
Really?
going to... That's what it looks like from her vantage point. And this is happening at the end of Vivian's turn. That is a 22 to hit.
Oh, against my DC?
Yes, against your AC, which
Or AC.
I
Yeah, that
suspect
hits.
That's going to do 5 bludgeoning damage
Okay.
to you. But, let's see. Now, you are... I don't think this frightened effect can stack, so I actually don't think you're going to have to be double frightened, because it's going to pass, next turn anyway at the beginning of her turn. So you're going to be frightened your turn because of the skeletons moaning and all that. So you just got hit by the skull and it hurt, and that sucked. Okay.
Ow!
And so that's Vivian's turn. That's the end of Vivian's turn. And now we move on to Greta, who gamely moves in to try to press the advantage against Lepaludi. And is going to have a little bit of effect, maybe. And let's see. Nope, just misses. So Lepaludi kind of ducks out of the way, and Greta sort of like gets a frown on her face, but still fights almost silently, basically, and is going to stay engaged with this creature. Actually, I think there is going to back up 5 feet, disengage 5 feet to here, since Vivian is dealing with him. And she's going to pull forth her bow again and sheathe her short sword. All right, that's going to bring us up to the top of the round. We begin with Sir Reginald, who is still frightened, but only until Grilla, who will be going next. So Reginald, what would you like to do?
Well, I'm a little bit annoyed. If I could just be honest. This guy's in our way. Spoon Lady is just being quite obnoxious, and I'm getting very, very tired of it. And so, I think what I am going to do at this exact moment is I am going to viciously mock the living crap out of this guy right in front of us.
Okay. How's that go?
This time, I will note that both of his feet are crooked, and that on weekends, I know for a fact he has an irregular bowel movement that is inappropriate in the presence of children.
As opposed to the appropriate bowel movements. So
Correct.
so he kind of... he's very angry and deeply mocked. You see him sort of glancing at his feet once in a while. As you viciously mock him. You are successful in viciously mocking him, which means he's going to take psychic damage.
2d4, that's correct.
Yeah. And see, here's an example. You would have taken another case where, because you're viciously mocking him and you didn't have to make the attack, it meant that you didn't have to worry about disadvantage or anything like that because of being frightened. So just like happened with him, that happened with you. So, okay, you did 8 points. Wow, see, they don't always suck. Look at that.
I mean, it still sucks. It's a d4. Like, it's the worst dice.
It's +1, right?
That's as well as you can do, though.
D4 +1 both times, right? Or is it just 2d4?
It's just 2d4.
Okay.
I don't get any pluses to it.
Still, that's 8 psychic damage. Okay. Yeah. It kind of staggers back, clutching his head, looking at his feet. He's not pleased. And he has disadvantage on his next attack.
Yeah. And then to end it, I would give my last piece of Bardic Inspiration to Vivian.
Okay, good stuff. Reginald, are you staying where you are? Do you want to move in either direction or back? Or
this beautiful face doesn't get into the fray.
Well, he can't move any closer to Grilla because he's frightened.
Right, he would have to parallel, so he'd have to move
right.
left or right if he wanted to.
I mean, I don't know if you were there for the last fight, but there really isn't a lot of incentive for me to move closer.
Okay, so you're going to stay where you are, happily behind, mocking them repeatedly.
Yes.
Okay, so let's see. You notice then that, because you're looking for it, Grilla again dips her ladle in the cauldron, draws forth some stew and sips.
Dang it. We'll lose it. Dang it. All the damage I'm doing is lost. Damn it.
Okay. You're not sure if it's all of it, but definitely a good deal of it. Okay. So, let's see. For this one...
I am ruthless this game.
Let's see. She is going to... Okay, let's see. Interesting. All right, she is going to... So at the beginning of her turn, by the way, the frightened condition passes. So anybody who is dealing with frightened is no longer dealing with frightened at the moment. And instead, she is going to try to... I think what she's going to do is hurl a skull again. She's going to... There's a lot of skulls in this cauldron. She is going to hurl a skull, and I think, again, the person she has the best shot at is Reginald, which is probably good that she's aiming more at Reginald than at Elorian, because you would like that lightning to keep going. And she critically hits you in the face, Reginald.
Maybe we heard someone.
You are struck directly in the face. You are going to take 5 points of damage, and I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me again.
Why am I worst stat? Like, that's just...
Remember the wisdom of Bahamut. Remember the wisdom of Bahamut.
No, I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, look at that terrible roll. Of course I failed. Now I'm frightened and I peed myself. Like,
Yeah, there's also a whole, like, there's a bunch of skulls now around you, and it's very disturbing. And, like, and as you sort of are, you know, kind of, like, lean back frightened, you hear, and then you see her husband looking down at his feet again, kind of annoyed. He's still mocked, even though... All right, so you have been hit, and you are once again frightened of Grilla. Let's see. Grilla did that, and I think Grilla's going to keep staying where she is. She's feeling pretty good around this cauldron. Okay, that's going to bring us to Lepaludi, who is looking pretty hurt, but is going to swing away at the annoying Vivian that continues to destroy him. And is going to swing away. Lepaludi is doing this first attack at disadvantage. And is going to miss pretty terribly with a 13, I'm guessing, is a miss, Vivian?
Yeah, that's a miss.
Okay. So first attack misses. Second attack, which is not done at disadvantage, but also misses horrifically.
Yes.
And then everyone's favorite, Lestomp. He is going to attempt to stomp. So, I would like everyone, please, to make a... Let's see. Yes, everyone's still in range. Please make a dexterity saving throw for me, everybody.
Down on the ground again.
Okay, down he goes prone. Reginald does...
Oh, and I got to roll a concentration check. Dang it.
Let's see.
how is your deck so terrible? You're a cleric.
I'm a cleric with a dexterity of 8.
My God.
Again, everybody but Greta hits the ground. Apparently, Stomp is quite effective, so it would appear. All of you are going to take only 2 bludgeoning damage, you'll be happy to know, as you hit the ground.
All
but
right,
you are prone.
Let me
I don't
roll
like it.
my concentration check. Oh, God.
Down goes the storm.
Wow. Wow. Guys, if we lose and die this game, well, most worst player is me and my rolls.
I just want to make it abundantly clear. If you two die first, I'm just running. So.
Yeah. It's fair.
Okay, so you guys, you all hit the ground again, and Lepaludi laughs. And, okay, Allurian, you are up next. You were not dealing with being frightened, but you are prone, so you can stand back up if you like.
I will stand up.
Okay.
All right. Oh, God, what am I going to do now? I've got choices, all of them bad. Okay, I'll just, I'll cast Sacred, I'll do something very simple and basic. I'll cast Sacred Flame at him.
Okay, on the...
Lepaludi.
On Lepaludi, yep, okay.
So he's
Lepaludi has been causing some problems.
So he's got to make a dexterity saving throw.
No, he sure doesn't make that. Okay. He has not been super dexterous.
So he takes 8 points of radiant damage.
Okay. Yeah, he's starting to look quite messed up.
And I am going to move... Okay, so...
And by the way, just sorry to interrupt, just one quick thing.
Yeah.
You all notice this, that you've been doing a lot of damage to him, and he is hurt. He is very hurt, but he's not as hurt as he should have been. Like, he should have been down already, and you kind of get the feeling he must have been healing some of this damage, as trolls are known to do, but certainly not all of it, because he's quite hurt. Anyway, go on.
Okay, so I'm going to move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'm going to get out of his range.
Okay, are you sliding? So if you're going to slide out of his range, the way you could do that, you could end up, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. You could end up here, just like one spot back. That just means you stay out of his range. So
right, that's my plan.
Okay, so you charge into the clearing. You can see the kids who are just like terrified, holding their hands, screaming, holding their hands over their eyes, and Grilla sort of glaring at you. Okay. Allurian charging in dramatically. Vivian, you are up next.
All right, and this time I'm not at disadvantage, right?
That is correct. You're prone, but not a disadvantage.
I stand up. Here we go.
All right. Attack the first.
That's a 12. Does a 12 hit?
I didn't see it pop up yet. Okay, 12 will not hit, unfortunately.
Don't forget your inspiration.
How about a 25?
25. I'm going to reload because this is not... Give me a second, everybody. I got to reload my roll 20 because it's doing something weird.
Yeah, that's what killed me last time, so.
Roll 20.
Yeah.
Chat, we're still with you, right? Everything's fine as far as people watching? Like no problems in terms of being able to see stuff?
I've got it open and it looks to be going fine. And yeah.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
Crit Witch
so
says so, yeah, too. So
Roll 20 is not loading for me. Hold on a second.
I mean, are you sure you didn't get knocked over by this guy?
Listen, his stomp is really dramatic. I've
Yeah.
only been able to, I've dodged a few skulls tonight, but who knows how many skulls. Yeah, roll 20 is loading. It's been loading though.
Oh, you bet.
All right. So anyway, while I'm waiting for it to load, I can at least do whatever this is. I don't know what's going on with this, but so in the meantime, so the 12 missed. The second one that you had was what, Vivian?
25.
25. I'll have to restart the browser if it doesn't work. Yeah, 25 will certainly hit.
And I did 6 points of damage.
Okay, let me add the 6 in just a moment.
Don't forget you have inspiration.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right, Oh, actually, I would need to... Okay, hang on a second. I got to shut down both browsers then. That's unfortunate. It's most unfortunate. Okay.
Oh my gosh, the chat.
6 damage.
Paul,
Headshot
I'm so
off
sorry,
internet.
bud.
What? What am I missing?
Arundel says, oh my god, Prince Justin crit failed so bad he headshot Arv's internet.
Wow! Wow!
That's a lot of hit. That's a lot of hit. I would actually be super impressed if Prince Justin was able to do that.
It's going to turn around for you any minute, Paul, because you've been rolling like every bad roll you could possibly roll. At some point, you're just going to run out of that.
Yeah, don't count on it. Don't count on it.
It's coming.
We're unloading. Now
I mean,
we're
I
mapping
played a
dungeons.
6-hour game where I rolled nothing higher than a 10. It was brutal.
This is like not... This roll 20 is just broken hardcore.
This is what happened to me when I had to reboot.
Yeah. I mean, everything else... like my internet connection's fine. I'm not dropping frames. Everything is like... Everyone else can hear me. Everything else is working. It's just... Oh, wait. Something has popped up. There we go. Hey. Okay.
Hey.
All right. So let's start that music again. My apologies to everybody. I just have to reload everything else I lost when I had to close the browsers up. Wow, it was hardcore. Roll20's been pretty steady, but once in a while it just decides the time has come to not work. Okay. So fix that on OBS. Digital Dice Jail. Okay, what roll were we up to for you, Vivian? My apologies.
That was my second attack roll that hit, and I did 6 points of damage with.
Right, that one I remember. So we're on the third one that we're going to be doing here in just a second, I think.
Yeah, if you're ready.
It will be in just a second. Let me recap.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's back to normal. There's that. Unnecessary feature, yeah, pretty much. Good grief. Okay. Right. Yes, you may proceed.
That's a 23
There we go. And that popped right up. Yes, that will hit.
for 6 points of damage.
6 points of damage again. Very consistent. Okay. Looking very hurt.
That's a 20.
Wow. Okay.
That's 9 points of damage.
My heavens. So at this moment, you all see as there's a moment where Vivian leaps up, scimitar in the air, and as Lepaludi's like, tries to bring his club down, just underneath, metal glittering in catching the light of the reflected light from the reflected crystals of snow around you, slices down onto it and he sort of falls backwards and just hits the ground and lies still. And Grilla gives off this just horrific wail. This she is enraged beyond belief, it looks like to you.
That's how you do it!
Just remember, you started this.
She stops. You're right. I should know. I apologize unreservedly. Okay. Right. Nice work. Okay. It's a truly
A+.
horrific whale. Different kind of whale, Trent. Very, very different kind of whale. Okay. So, yes, down goes Lepaludi. Okay. So, Vivian, you have a chance to move if you wish.
I will move. I am, let's see, my move is 25, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I guess that's all I can do this round.
Okay.
So my idea is we're gonna flank Grilla from different sides.
Okay. That makes sense.
And I'm short enough for Greta to shoot over me anyway.
Short but
Yes.
indomitable.
That's right. And Greta actually sort of claps you, or well, she would have clapped you on the shoulder because you were moving ahead, but instead she moves forward again since it is her turn, and she's going to fire directly at Grilla, and will miss. Grilla deflects it out of the way with her ladle.
And she already used her inspiration I gave her?
Her bardic inspiration. No, let me have her roll that.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like her to shoot something in the eye.
Let's see. Yes, that hits because it's a 1d8. Yep, so she does hit. Good job. Okay, so Greta
bard
has
comes
hit thanks to
through.
the inspirational. Let's see. And she gets 2 shots with her longbow, not 1, he said, remembering as he looks. She's better with that than with her short sword. Okay, so, all right, that is good work. She's going to fire again. This time she does not have your inspiration, but this time she hits on her own. So, okay, 2 very good shots. All right, Grilla seems to be taking that all in stride. Now we are back up to the top of the round, and now you are facing one extraordinarily angry creature. And so, Reginald, you are up.
And I'm still afeared. If I'm correct.
That is correct until literally her next turn, which will be next.
Okay, got it. So then I think it would be smart for me to move forwards.
You can't.
Can't move forward because you can't move towards the source of your fear. You can parallel it.
Oh.
You can move like left or right. You can move, north or south.
And I go like, oh, okay, so I could like go over here, like right there. Oh, that.
Yes, I think so. You could basically end up like, I'm going to move you for a second, like there. That would allow you to stay basically without moving towards her.
Okay, can I
paralleling
shoot
her.
from where I was before?
Sure. And you can
Okay.
shoot from here too, as far as that goes.
I know, but that's going the wrong direction, and I don't have time for that nonsense.
Probably because you're over the trees here, really. Like you're looking down on them. So yes, I think you can. So you may
Awesome.
proceed to shoot.
I am going to use both of them. I'm at disadvantage for both of these, but I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna roll, and I'm gonna do the first time I shoot arrows. I'm gonna use both attacks now, since I'm doing a regular attack phase, and I'm going to attack twice. So here we go. Let's see what happens.
First attack.
All right, first go is a 14. 14.
14 or yes, because that's the 14 will miss. Kind
Okay.
of ducks left.
Okay, we'll do the next one. Are you kidding me? How is that possible?
Agony
A nat
and
20 followed by a nat 1. Are you kidding me?
Thrill of victory, agony of
man.
defeat. She just like your arrow lands, your crossbow bolt lands in the cauldron, and she just kind of looks down. You're ruining my soup, and you'll pay for the death of my husband.
Well, maybe he should have gone for foot care.
Neatest bard ever.
And so, since this is on your turn, at the end of your turn, she is going to pick a skull from the cauldron and, stop me if you've heard this before, is going to throw it at you.
That's a dex, as I recall correctly.
If you get hit by it, and since it's a 25 that you just hit with, I would say.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I get hit.
So she's going to get 2 points of damage on you only, but yes, you do need to make a. Actually, no, you can't. You don't have to because it doesn't stack. You can't be any more frightened than you already are. So you were just.
Well, that's good.
You're just hit.
I just continue being frightened.
You just
is what
continue to be
telling me.
frightened, but that's immediately going to go over as of next turn. So. Oh, I shouldn't be awake since you're doing this thing. I figured I'd say hello. Hello, Rising Tides.
Hello,
Welcome.
Rising Tide.
Thank you for the
Brandon.
resub. I appreciate it. So, all right. Yeah, you're watching a big boss fight against someone with a cauldron. Okay, so the good news is you are not frightened anymore. You'll be happy to know. And it is now Gorilla's turn. And Gorilla, Ilorian, looks at you and just looks at you, with anger and rage and is going to do 2 things. The first thing that she's going to do is that she takes her cauldron and tips it forward. And spewing out of the cauldron is just awful stew that is pouring out onto the ground. I'm going to freehand this. Let's see, which is always an adventure. I think we're going to say like this and like that. This stew scalds and steams, and you can see, Ilorian, right on the ground that it's sort of bubbling, and it looks almost lava-like in its consistency. It does not look like a place you'd want to step. So she does that first, like this.
Okay.
Then she's going to turn herself, like that, and charge at you right around the edge of that.
Oh, wow.
And as she gets to you, she is going to attempt to grab you.
Yeah.
Is she?
I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me, please.
All right. Not my worst. My worst stat. All
She's
right.
going to put you in her bag. She's going to put you in the bag, Paul. Don't let her do it.
Oh wait. Okay, so here's a question then.
Okay.
So does this count as being hit by an enemy? And can I get a reaction from it?
She hasn't hit you yet. It depends
Okay,
on what happens here, and then we'll.
Okay, I rolled a 6.
So she grabs you, and then once she
Okay,
does this, go ahead.
Once she does this, I'm going to use my reaction, Wrath of the Storm, to make her take 2d8 lightning damage and make a dexterity save for half, and then. Oh, actually, she's got me. So I don't actually want to push her because she pushed me with carry me. So she's got me at the moment.
She's
right?
got you, and she's going to do something with you. But this reaction is happening.
Okay, so she's got to make a dexterity saving throw or take full damage with this.
She did not make the dexterity saving throw, so go ahead and roll the
Because
damage.
she takes 6 lightning damage.
Okay.
Good.
So she takes that and
then
then stuffs you into her sack. And this attack is literally called Into the Sack. And
Well-
she stuffs you into the sack. So As you are placed in this sack, you are blinded and restrained, and you are in the midst of these bones, Illyrian. You're just surrounded by bones that sort of they clack and clatter around you, and you're poked and prodded by femurs and pelvic bones and all this other stuff. It's very unpleasant, and of course smells horrific. And you are currently in a sack.
Oh wow. I don't know it can do
You'll be
anything.
able to make a new saving throw at the end of each of your turns. You're also going to take damage at the start of each of her turns. But you all see Illyrian vanish into her sack.
Mother of mercy, is this the end of Illyrian?
So, okay, that was Grilla did that. That was her turn. Okay, and now it's Illyrian's turn. So, speaking of that, Illyrian, you are going to start by taking 8 points of necrotic damage as you are pushed and pulled, and you feel your energy sort of being sucked out of you almost as you're in this. But you can actually, you're blinded and restrained, but technically you could still theoretically act separate of those conditions. And then at the end of your turn, you can
Is there
try to
anything
make
I can
another saving
do?
throw
Oh
to
my
get
god,
out.
is there anything I can actually even do?
Well,
Blinded creature cannot see and automatically fails any ability check.
right, and you're restrained.
Restrained. Strained is 0. Can't do. Oh wow.
You're not incapacitated though. So
I'm trying to figure out if there's anything I can actually even logically do here in this condition. It's like, oh god.
heal
Well, it's a
yourself?
sack, right? Can't you like shove your sword through it?
He could try to make an attack for sure, like to get out of it.
Yeah.
You have. So here's the problem. The problem that you have right now is that to get out of this, you need to make a dexterity saving throw. But because you're restrained, you have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws. So you're gonna need an inspiration help from the chat or from someone.
But with a
or-
-1 to my dexterity, even an inspiration, I'm not even sure that's going to save my
Right.
bacon. I think
But
I
restrained
might
is
be-
not incapacitated though, so you can still speak. You could still technically, probably heal yourself. Restrained doesn't mean that you can't actually move at all.
Someone in chat besides me gifted inspiration. Who did they gift inspiration to? Was that to Prince Justin or to Sean?
Wasn't to me, I don't believe.
Then I think you still have an inspiration.
You might have one, but they didn't stack together, right?
No,
So
let's see,
inspiration.
that's not-
Anyone got Bahamut on the line? He needs actual divine inspiration. That might help. That might help.
No, that's not going to help. I'm looking at all my spells. And
Hey,
looking
do you
at
have
everything
get
I
out of
have.
sack? That would be really.
No, I do not.
I believe that's a bard spell.
I think I just may try to keep myself alive as long as possible.
If it's alphabet soup, maybe he's misunderstanding. She's trying to divine the wordle.
Arturo,
Oh,
he is 6th
all right.
level, as we all are.
Yeah, cleric is level 6.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
boy.
So I'm going to cast the 2nd level Cure Wounds on myself to try to keep myself alive longer.
This seems logical.
That's about the only thing I really have any chance of doing.
I have this
You're not
image
even
of
gonna
you
try?
doing this and being
Well,
like,
try what, Sean? What can I do?
Can
Well,
you
I-
try like a strength check to break out?
That's
okay,
all
has to roll a
incorporated in
dex.
that dexterity saving throw to get out of the sack.
Dexterity.
yeah. Oh, I'm gonna try that. I mean, wait a minute, is that my action? Basically trying that?
No. You can that happens at the end of your turn regardless. You can.
Okay.
Yeah. So
So
you can
I'm
still do the
gonna-
heal.
So I guess I will cure wounds on myself. Plus I don't know about this. Let's do.
Go for it. Make those wounds go away.
Make those wounds better.
Oh, terrible roll.
It's
8
not
points.
horrific. Okay.
That's more
Okay,
than
so I do-
0.
So I cure some wounds on myself, and
Okay.
then I do.
All right, Chad. Is anyone going to jump forward with an inspiration? Anyone? Anybody?
No, I guess not.
Wait for it.
I failed.
Wow. You actually take the bones and pile them on top of yourself. Sacked further in. Oh,
What's
okay.
happening, Paul?
Yeah, you don't have to roll. I guess you don't have to roll disadvantage since You know.
No, roll it anyway. Why not?
Why I did roll disadvantage. The 7 and the
Oh,
1.
there was the 7 was the okay.
Yeah.
So instead it was a 1. All right.
Yeah.
Paul,
Oh,
this
man.
says you still have an inspiration left.
Well, I don't have an inspiration. No one gave me an inspiration.
That you're on the list.
And I have a list of having inspirations to others, but I don't have an inspiration.
Oh, that's right.
Right.
You can't use it on
Also,
yourself.
Prince,
I
and
couldn't
also
use it.
Prince
I've-
Dustin used it already too. So I don't know.
Yeah.
He used it.
But
For you,
I did redeem one. I did redeem one, so I have an inspiration.
Oh,
but I
that's
can't
right. You
use
have
it on
one left over.
myself.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
I can't use
My
it
fault.
on myself.
My fault.
All right.
Yeah, that's right. That's fine. Okay. So, okay. So unfortunately, no luck there for Illurian. And it is now Vivian's turn.
Go hurt her.
All right.
Make her
Well,
suffer.
It's pretty clear what I need to do. I'm going to run right up
Into the
and
stew.
attack.
Oh, okay.
So here we go with the dice rolls.
Okay.
Excellent.
It's gonna be. I need to start thinking about my.
14.
I
I will. I think that's not enough, if I recall correctly. So I'm going to use the bardic inspiration
Okay.
this time, which is D8.
Yep. Oh, gave you a
That's-
15.
That
That's
makes
enough,
it a
though.
15.
That will hit.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yes.
All right, next attack.
That's 11.
Oh,
points.
11 damage. Nice.
The channel point inspirations are used up anyway, CQ. So don't worry about that. There, we've used them up quite a bit tonight. 11 is nice. Okay, good stuff. Good stuff.
An 18.
Nah.
We'll hit.
Do another 11. Go for it.
10
oh,
points.
10's good, though.
Okay. Shrieks in pain every time. You feel yourself, Illurian, being like jerked around like roughly every time she gets hit.
Oh,
Okay.
look at that.
27.
20.
27.
will hit.
Oh, look at that.
Super.
If you just
effective
roll
this
one
whole
nat
fight.
20, you'll do double damage.
That's 9 points of damage.
Okay.
Now, someone remind me, did I end up... I think I killed the loop-de-loo before I used my action surge, right? I think
Yeah,
I
you
did.
haven't used your action surge.
That's
All
right.
I'll use my action surge.
She's a machine of death. She really is. Battlemaster is like wrecking face on this.
And that's a
And
total 20.
Wow.
That's 3 attacks and then an action surge.
And that's 8
8
points.
more points of damage. Yep.
Right, so I think I've done 1 attack.
3 attacks and an action surge.
No, I think I did 4 in an action surge. Hang on.
14.
1,
18, 20. No, you only did 3.
2, 3, 4.
Where's the 4th one?
18.
You rolled a 14, an 18, and a 27. There's
and
no
then
4th.
and then a 20.
And then a 20. That's
now.
the one I just
For the
got.
action surge, right? Okay, got it.
No, that's my 4 attacks. Now I have an action surge.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. I didn't realize you were using
Now
it.
the action surge will be used, which is sensible.
That's a 26.
Literally hit with every attack this turn. Wow. Okay.
I love Vivian.
I love her too. This is a really fun character to play. That is 11 points of damage.
All right.
And now, for my bonus action, I will use Combat Superior, one of my superiority dice. I'll use Rally. Bonus action, spend 1 die and choose a friendly creature who can hear you and give that creature the die roll plus your charisma modifier. My charisma modifier is 0, but I will give you a die roll.
Oh.
Okay, take 5 more healing points. Justin.
There we go.
Okay. So Lurian's up to 36. I think I have you at.
Yes, that's correct.
Cool. Well, MVP goes to most Vivian player. Normally you don't, Carturo. She's playing a character called a Battlemaster, which is particularly gifted at these kind of like flurry attacks that she's doing. So, especially at level 6. Right. Okay. Good stuff for Vivian. She can't move out of the way without prompting attack of opportunity. So it's now Greta's turn. Greta is going to fire away. The benefit of having a halfling fighting a giant is that there's lots of room to hit the giant. So she's going to fire twice. She's going to hit once and miss once. We'll do... Okay. All right. So that is, let's see. That is Greta. Okay, yes, that's Greta. Okay, and that's going to be that. Just move that out of the way. All right. Okay, we're back to the top of the round. So, Reginald, you were up first. I believe you were still frightened, he said, doubtfully.
Yep.
I'm not sure. Okay. Still
Yeah, I'm
frightened
still
until
frightened.
Grilla next turn. So, you are frightened, sadly. And your friend is in a sack, and Vivian is doing a lot of damage.
So, quick question. How does sleep work exactly? I know it's based on, like, hit points, but...
That's right. You affect a certain number of hit points worth of creatures. Best guess is that it's not likely to affect something that still looks to be as in strong a position as Grilla does. If you had to guess.
Okay, so I could wait a little bit and then put it to sleep, and then we can murder it in its sleep.
Yes.
Okay.
That would all be things that could happen, yes.
Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure, kind of gauging myself, being prepared for what will be the ultimate destruction of this creature.
Indeed.
So, given that I am still at disadvantage, and I just really want to help the people that are, especially Paul, who might eventually be used as a bludgeoning tool while in a bag.
Yeah.
I'm going to viciously mock Grilla because Grilla deserves it. And that vicious mockery will go as follows.
Okay.
Your husband got exactly what he deserved, and it is your fault for putting him in this position. How dare you, ma'am? How dare you?
Okay. She is going to make that saving throw. Apparently
man.
is not impressed.
Wow.
Yep.
Well, I'm just a little annoyed now.
Yep. Apparently is just sort of like
I've heard worse.
Oh shoot! That's kind of all I can do. I'm just kind of depressed now.
you're frightened and depressed about the whole experience.
Yeah, that like.
You're like, now I need to go write a cover all along the watchtower or something. I don't
Makes me so sad. Like, yeah, because I don't think I can use any of these other abilities. I think they're all I've already used in action, and I can't use anything else.
unless you have bonus on something, but
Yeah, I don't think any of these count. I don't think that act. Yeah, that one requires touch, and then I think healing word is not a bonus either.
so are you moving further away then in that case? Or
No,
like,
I'm just gonna stay where I
gonna stay
am.
where-
I'm fine.
okay.
I mean, all she can do is throw heads at me. Like,
Okay, let's see. What she's going to do here is she is going to...
oh, I can cast healing word
Oh, okay. Well, then
as a bonus action.
that seems like a good time to do that.
I have to do it on a creature that I can see within 60 feet within range.
That's Greta or Vivian. Or Grilla.
I'm not. Have I? Oh, I've taken a few points. Yeah, sure.
All right, I'm just gonna do it on Vivian because you're the MVP right now. So,
Okay.
1d4 plus my modifier. So what's my modifier again? It is. Is that a spell modifier?
Yeah, your spellcasting modifier. So whatever your
Okay, plus
spellcasting
7.
modifier would be. So yeah,
Nice.
that
Oh,
makes sense.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. Cool. You get 9 points back. You're welcome.
Yay!
All right,
Thank
back up to
you.
full.
You're welcome.
Okay, so there's that, and now on her turn, yeah, Lurian cast Major Image on his chair. Okay, so she's going to attempt to attack you twice, Vivian. She is going to attempt to attack you with, first of all, her ladle. And she's going to bring the spoon down upon you with furious anger and vengeance. But that is a 12.
Nope.
So that's not going to do it. Then she's going to attempt to bite you. Let's see. Oh, terrible. That's an 11. that unfortunately was not what she was hoping for. But there is some good news for her because it's time for another legendary style action.
No!
It's actually another action. So she is going to, she whirls her ladle around, and suddenly appearing around her is a massive swirl of wind, very, very strong. And I'm going to, first of all, put that up there, that wind, this little windstorm here. It's a, we're talking about like that. And I need everybody who is small or medium, or basically medium or lower in size, needs to make a strength saving throw, please.
Uh-oh.
Does that also include Alurian, even though Alurian's inside a bag right now?
It does not, because he is immune from effects outside the bag.
Got it. Okay. Well, look at that. That worked in your favor.
See? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
The sack is a safe sack with bones.
22.
Okay. Right. So you hold the line basically, as you do this, and she is going to disengage 5 feet. So just slide back 5 feet with the sack over her shoulder, so like just out of your reach, temporarily, of course. Okay, and that's going to take care of that. You've got this rush of wind, and let's see. Oh, and also we have another set of necrotic damage. I'm sorry to say, for Alurian, who's still in the sack. That happens at the beginning. 3 points of necrotic damage for you, Alurian.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god, she's gonna cook him.
And now Alurian. Speaking of the devil, it is Alurian's turn. So Alurian, you are still restrained, dealing with necrotic damage. Still blinded. You hear some wind outside.
Yeah. And it's not Reginald's talking either. All right, what can I do? Unfortunately, I probably can also hear that Vivian's nearby, so the one spell I could possibly actually do would actually hurt Vivian too, so I'm not sure that actually is a good idea.
Might be worth it anyway.
At the moment, all you hear is wind, in fairness. I mean, like, to the extent you hear anything.
That's true, but
you heard Vivian before. I mean,
I heard Vivian before,
yes.
Because I was thinking shatter. Each creature in a 10-foot radius sphere centered on a point, could be me, must take a Constitution saving throw, take 3d8 thunder damage, or half as that. But that would hit anybody around.
True.
That's fighting her. So.
True.
And I can't mitigate. I want to mitigate this and ask Whipping what her hit points are, but I'm not sure that's kosher.
I mean,
you
know what? No.
From my speech before that I really want to beat this monster.
I know, but I also want to kill you. I mean, if I kill you, that you're the best chance we have of beating it. If I hurt you too bad, yeah, I guess I'm just going to suck it up and. Okay, so what I'm going to do is not that's going to help too much. I'm going to use the bardic inspiration I have on one of the 2 disadvantaged.
Okay.
Rolls.
Okay. Let's see how you do.
So it's a very poor chance, but we'll try it anyway. Nope.
9 or a 13.
9. So
yeah, it would be whether you wanted to use your bardic inspiration on that. 9.
I did.
Oh, that was counting that. Oh.
Yeah, I was counting it. I rolled a 1. So.
Okay. Well.
So, yep. So I just sit and die in a bag.
You're just sitting in a sack. I'm
you
sorry
can
to say.
cast healing on yourself again, right?
I don't see the point.
Just heal yourself. What are you talking about? Do it.
No.
You can't give up. You can't give up, bro.
Don't give up. You just hear from outside the sack.
Next turn.
Okay, so let's see. That means we're going to go to Vivian, who is up next and has got Grilla in front of her.
Okay, I have a question. Can I aim specifically at, like, the hand holding the ladle? I would like to chop that hand off.
You can aim for the hand. You can do essentially a called shot. Whether you're going to be able to chop the hand off is unlikely, even if you had a really, maybe if you had a Vorpal scimitar, but without that, it's probably unlikely. The arm's just too thick. You could definitely try to damage it. I suppose you could also attempt to disarm her, not literally, but disarm the weapon.
Yes, I'd like to take her arm off. That would do.
Yeah, exactly. I'd take her arm off, yeah. So you can aim for the arm, but I can't promise you that you'd be able to remove it from her person.
All right. Do I need to do anything special?
Since you're going to be doing a called shot on that arm, we're going to say that that is being done at disadvantage unless... actually, let me take a look at that. Give me 1 second here on this disarming attack. Because you might be able to disarm her. If that was what you wanted to do. Again, not actually. I know you actually want to remove her arm, but... yeah. So... do you have any superiority dice?
I have 3 superiority dice left.
And did you learn this because as a battle master, did you learn disarm as one of your maneuvers?
No, I have parry and rally and what's the other one? Sweeping attack. I do not have disarm as a battle maneuver.
Okay, then you cannot do that. So then the best thing you can do is make your attack against the arm, and it will be done at disadvantage.
Okay, so that's 4 attacks, all on the arm.
You're probably laughing at that because you're like,
unless I end up taking
as
it
if disadvantage matters to me. Like, I am more powerful.
Well, we'll see whether I've used up all my luck yet or not.
Yeah, no, there's a specific maneuver the battle master has, Arudno.
Okay, first roll part 1, and first roll part 2. I believe that hits.
That's 18 will hit. Yes, absolutely. So go ahead and roll your damage.
11 points.
11 points of damage, okay. And sort of shouts in anger as you're grabbing onto that. Okay.
Second roll, part 1. Second roll, part 2 is a 13.
13 will miss. Finally a miss. Unheard of. Really think you've hit about 70% of the time. Like, pretty impressive.
Third roll, part 1 is a 22. Third roll, part 2 is a 28, natural 20.
28, but you're taking the other one, but a 22 will still hit.
Oh, that's right, I'm taking the other one.
Damn it.
Oh well. Surely that would have taken the arm off. Oh well. Oh wait, that's... I need to do my damage.
Yeah, damage
first.
on that.
That's 11 points of damage.
All right, let's see what you do with this last one.
Come on, Vivian!
Part 1 is a 24.
Yep.
Part 2 is a
Nice.
18 will
19.
hit. Go ahead and roll your damage. I'm gonna explain what I'm gonna do.
9 points.
9?
Okay, since you hit her 3 times, I'm going to say that she needs to make a strength saving throw to hold on to her ladle, because you have hit her multiple times in the same spot. So let's see. She drops her ladle. So the ladle hits the ground, and there's snow, and and she starts like sort of looks at you and gets very freaked out about it. Also, this thing, the windstorm drops. Okay, so she is there looking very frustrated about that. Now, the ladle is right in front of her, just to be clear, so it's not like it went flying a million miles away. However, she has currently dropped it. So, all right, Vivian, are you going to move anywhere?
Can I kick the ladle as my move?
It is right now in the snow. I will allow you to pick up the ladle, but you're going to be making yourself open to an attack of opportunity. Although it will be done without the ladle.
I don't want to touch the ladle. I'm afraid to. So can I hop over the ladle and interpose myself between?
Yeah, you could try to stand on top of the ladle, basically, if you want. Okay, you can do
Do
that.
it.
All right, so Vivian dramatically straddling on top of the ladle, fighting over. This is the battle of the ladle. You know. So, all right, and Greta fires away again twice from her position. Misses once, hits a second time, hits the second time. And Grilla now is starting to look somewhat hurt. I mean, you have been wailing away on the damage and is starting to look a little hurt. You know, this is a powerful creature, so probably not surprising, but still. Okay, up to the top of the round, the Spoon Stomper. Okay, Sir Reginald, you were up first. I believe your frightening condition is gone. So you are now able to.
Didn't I get hit again? I got hit again this round, so shouldn't
But they
I
don't
be?
stack.
Oh, so I am unafeared.
Yeah, I think
Yes,
you'd
you
be
are
unafeared.
unafeared.
I think you'd be unafeared this time. Yes.
I am unafeared. Okay. Well, goodness gracious. I actually don't need to get any closer.
I was going to say, so you now charge dramatically. Wait.
I don't need to. But I'm just going to go north.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to go right here.
Okay.
Yeah, that way, I don't know, just a little, it just makes me feel better inside.
Okay.
To be that direction.
Okay.
Let me think. I think I'm going to, yeah, I really should viciously mock again, shouldn't I? Yeah, is that, I mean, realistically, like, what's the best I can do is I get 2 shots with the bow and arrow right now.
It's true. Right now, she's looking somewhat at where Vivian is standing, apparently anxious to get something.
Let's just viciously mock this jerk, just utterly terrible jerk of a person.
Okay.
So I'm gonna tell her, I think you need to call your mother about your terrible hair regimen.
And she she seems like confused and frustrated, and saves, and because the dice does this amazing stuff, saves against it, perhaps because she's concerned about the ladle more than anything else.
Can I like just throw a pebble at her to make it feel like I'm doing something?
Keep in mind that you also did stuff previous to this with the vicious mockery quite a bit. Not to mention also hitting some things at times. So
yeah, but against her husband, who, be honest, he didn't look very bright.
That's true. Well, that's part of the problem, right? She seems slightly wiser than her husband was.
I hate it.
She's used to your business. Okay, so you've moved, you've mocked. You have any bonus actions left you want to do or no?
I don't believe at this time I'm going to do any of them.
Okay. So in that case, let's see. So, all right, she is going to attempt to, let's see, she's going to try to, how is she going to do this? Okay, she's going to try to slam you with her fist, Vivian.
Okay.
And is going, it's a 20, not natural?
Yeah, that'll hit. What am I anyway? Class 17, yeah, so that hits.
Okay, that's going to be 4 points of damage. I need you to make for me, please, a strength saving throw. She tries to slam you off of the spot that you're on.
Four points of damage. One of my combat superiority is parry.
Okay.
Expend 1 die, reduce the damage you take by such an amount. But would that also help me to stay on top of the spoon?
I don't think so, because the parry, all you're trying to do is stop from being literally moved from your place. Parry would mean you wouldn't take the damage, but you'd still be, although deflecting it, impacted by the force of the blow. So.
All right, so I'm not going to bother with that for just 4 points. Then, what did you say you want? A dex throw?
No, a strength saving throw, please.
Strength. is +3. Ten.
Okay, not enough. So you slide back 5 feet, basically. And she, with a cry of triumph, reaches down, so sort of steps forward, and grabs the ladle from the spot where you had been, and then promptly backs up back to the cauldron with the sack over her shoulder.
I don't suppose I get an opportunity attack?
Nope, because you got moved back 5... Let me think about that.
Right. Okay.
No, because you're still within 5 feet. Yes, you'll get one because she's gonna pick it up and then try to back out of the way. Yes, you'll get an opportunity attack. I think she's not just gonna disengage there. She's gonna try to get back to the cauldron.
22.
Yep, 22 will hit.
Do some more damage.
10.
Okay.
10 damage.
All right. Good stuff. Okay, she backs up to the cauldron. And having done those things, is then going to, let's see, is going to, okay, she already did the thing. She did that thing, did that thing, did that thing. Okay, she is going to then pick up out of the cauldron and throw at you a skull.
Ay, ay, ay.
And we're looking at a 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
That is going to be 5 damage to you, Vivian. And I need you, please, to make for me a wisdom saving throw.
No. Don't fail this, please. Oh.
That's a 2.
So you are frightened of this creature. You've done all this damage. You've definitely hurt her, and yet here she is back with the cauldron with your friend in a sack. You are deeply troubled and disturbed. Okay. That's the end of Grilla's turn, and Elurian, you now have a chance to operate. Oh, I, again, keep forgetting. You're going to take 3 points of necrotic damage because she does this at the beginning of her turn, as you're still in the sack. Okay.
I'm still in the sack, and
Come on, you can do it.
I calculated the odds of me actually getting out of this and versus the damage, and statistically I die. But you know, let's figure out what I can do in the meantime.
Come on, just do it. Do your best.
I mean, even tried the
I mean, it's all rolling. It's all computer rolling. Like, you can't control what the computer.
No, I can't. I'm not sure even that's point worth. Okay, so I used actually one of those. No, I should probably save that. All right, so I'll just.
You could use that lightning thing because Vivian's not close anymore, right?
Oh.
But do I know that?
Yeah, well, you would have felt her move back. I mean, like, you definitely felt her move back to the cauldron. It's possible that Vivian could still be there, but definitely you for sure felt her move back to the cauldron, for whatever that's worth.
Fair.
Trendane
I know.
has...
I don't want to metagame because metagame. I know I could use it.
No,
but
I understand that. I'm just trying to think whether you
as a character, I don't know that, and I would hurt her.
Trendane has inspired you, though.
Inspired?
You'll be happy to know, Elurian. You have been inspired. I think that's what Trend said, is that you will be inspired.
Inspired to do what?
I assume to make your saving throw.
Oh, okay.
Or at least attempt to.
Come on, you can do it, Paul. Come on.
No.
12 is not enough.
Nope. Nope.
Thanks for the inspiration, though, Trend, still. 12 is not enough. So I'm just like, okay.
Seriously.
So that leads us to, that was Elurian, still dealing with this sack. Boy, her moving into the sack was about as effective as the way you did the lightning storm in the last session. She has learned all those things. Okay. It was worth a shot. It definitely was. Okay. That's going to bring us to Vivian.
Hey, maybe we'll get a good death scene out of me. Or no, I'll be in the sack. No one will see it.
It'll be a good meal.
Oh, man, it was a great sack death scene. Okay. Vivian, you're up. And you can see that she is now standing back the cauldron, but you were also frightened of her.
Yeah, remind me what that means.
Means you cannot move towards her willingly, and you're going to get disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks, I believe, while she is in your line of sight.
Well, I can't move toward her, so I guess I'll go back and pick up my crossbow.
Okay. Which is, yep, I was going to say back up there. Okay.
And I will shoot.
Okay. So this will be a disadvantage, but you can do that. Okay, 21
First
or...
one's good. What's the
or-
second one?
18 will hit.
Alright, let me see what my damage is.
I've never seen someone as less affected by disadvantage, and honestly. It's like disadvantage, you're like, whatever, it's fine.
I mean, this is what happened. Is like Vivian's had all the good rolls because I
true.
definitely
It's
am
all
like
been balanced
50-50.
there.
10 points.
Paul gets all the bad rolls.
Okay.
Now, how many attacks do I get with crossbow?
Crossbow should probably, because you don't have the same as you would with the Battlemaster on the sword.
And it needs to it's got to reload, so.
So, yeah, I can't do 2-weapon fighting with a crossbow.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I'm guessing probably just one attack, I think.
extra attack. When you take the attack action, you may attack twice total, but does that apply with bows?
Can't see him. Can't do that.
Let me check. So, let's see. You can do that one. I guess you can probably attack twice, but that would be all. You can't do.
No, I'm happy with that. For
Yeah.
crossbow, I wasn't
Doesn't
really
help. Can't do
sure.
that.
Thanks for
Oh.
letting us have it while we worry about our teammate possibly being eaten in a stew.
in a sack.
All right, second shot misses.
Okay.
Oh,
Swings wide. Okay.
that's unfortunate.
But I will take a bonus action.
Okay.
I will rally again, and I will yell to Prince Justin, to Illyrian, hang on! We'll get you out of there!
What does that do? That gives him like extras for a roll?
That gives him 4 points of healing.
Oh, there you go. See, look at that. You got little points. That's pretty good.
He hears that as. It's just like, all right.
But
sounds good.
he hears my voice from far away.
That helps. No, I mean for sure. Like you know. Okay, good stuff. Vivian, you already did your move because you came back there.
Yep.
All right, so Greta fires twice and has been consistently hitting once and missing once pretty much each time.
Yeah.
And then as she does this, a blur of brown fur just zips past you. And you are all shocked, surprised, impressed,
I'm not.
Horrified to see Haskins zooming into the
Yay.
attack. He leaps up on Illyrian. Sorry,
You mean
not
on
on
Gro-
Illyrian. Sorry, not Illyrian. He leaps up and
And
finishes the
Illyrian
job. And he
dies.
finishes the job. No, he leaps up on Grilla.
It's just a
Turn.
bag, and it's a Wolverine attached to Lurian's ass through the bag. It's just dangling there.
Oh man, no, it does not attack. It's not attacking.
Why not?
That would be, although vaguely amusing, also not accurate. Okay, so let's see. It is going to be. Okay, and is going to hit. Let's see. So. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so. Is going to hit there.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Starting to look pretty. Grilla's starting to look pretty hurt. Okay. And that's going to bring us to the top of the round.
Which is me.
Which is you, Reginald.
Now, when you say pretty hurt, on a scale from, ooh, she messed up, to, needs medical attention, like, where are we?
She's messed up, although not right close to death, but is definitely messed up.
Would we say that messed up enough that the number of hit points you might have left might be sufficiently low that I could put her to sleep?
It's a stretch.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
I think it's a stretch, although you're closing in perhaps on more on that total.
Okay, maybe I'll...
Remembering, by the way,
gauge.
that a sleep spell is not going to affect just enemies. It would affect your friend in a sack.
I know, but, at this point, he'd probably feel better if he was asleep.
Better if he went asleep.
Euthanasia.
Sleeping in a sack.
It's not a euthanasia. You just take a nap.
I take a nap, I take more damage. That's euthanasia, Sean.
No, it's not. I'll come get you. It's fine.
Wow.
Fine. Okay, so I think...
That escalated.
Oh, boy. Well, I don't really care about this Wolverine because he decided to show up so late to this fight, and I just really don't respect people who aren't punctual.
I conquered my own fear.
So I'm going to take
It's a
2
character
attacks.
Okay.
I'm going to shoot arrows because that's what you do when you make...
Shoot.
Yep.
Yeah, I want to shoot him McShoots.
All right.
Yeah.
Shoot away.
So D20 plus 6. So let's see what we get. First roll. Good.
That's a hit,
Cool.
for sure.
All right, I'm going to roll the second one just to get out of the way.
Also a hit.
Both of them hit.
2 hits.
And then what do we get? It's 1d8 plus 3.
The party's rolls really, for the most part, have been pretty good. The problem that has been poor Prince Justin today. Just like with the rolls, been very
9.
unlucky.
And 6.
Okay.
So 15 total.
15. Yeah, definitely starting to look quite hurt now, Grilla, kind of breathing heavily, and you can see just sort of like green ichor bubbling from her wounds. Okay, and
That's what you get.
And now what she decides that you're going to get is she chucks a child's skull at you as her action at the end of your turn. It's your favorite. You all know it. You all love it. It is a 20, not natural, with that attack.
At whom?
At you.
Me?
At Yum.
Can I just refuse?
Yeah, I mean, you can refuse if you like. The 3 points of bludgeoning damage with the skull being thrown in your face is going to, and you will need again to make, please, a wisdom saving throw, having been hit in the face.
Oh, I hate why this one stat, the worst stat I have. Yep. I failed it. It's fine. So I'm afeared.
You again are like so scared of this thing that keeps throwing skulls at you. You're scared at the amount of skulls. I mean, like that's part of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of skulls.
That was the end of your turn. Now it is her turn, and she, seeing this creature in front of her, is going to swing down at Haskins with her ladle. She's going to horrifically miss, but she's not going to miss with her bite. So she hits it, and she crunches down. And there's a moment where you may not have seen something like this before. Of course, Lorian will not be able to see this at all. But Vivian can see this, and Reginald, you can too. Haskins, the Wolverine, just and just flies into an absolute furious rage. Just flips out, like just looks like claws and teeth. And Alorian, even from inside the bag, you just hear like something like horrifically savage is right outside the bag. And it's not, and you can see even Gorilla, Reginald Vivian, even Gorilla is a little taken aback, like, what the it's like really thrown off by this thing. Haskins is in absolute just foaming, rabid attack mode. So, okay, that was her thing. Okay, and that's the end of her turn. That leads us
necrotic
to
damage on me.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I was going to get to that. I always remember when I come to you anyway. 4 points of damage, Illyrian.
Okay.
And now it is your turn as...
He's down to 30 and you're so worried.
well, I would be much less if not for Vivian.
Yeah.
I would be near death if not for Vivian. At this
Okay,
point.
I just want you to understand, Paul, that I am closer to death than you are.
Well, I'm sorry, Sean. I can't do anything about it.
You're not in the sack, though.
I'm just saying, you will live longer than I will if I keep getting hit by skulls.
She really has hit you with like 6 skulls.
Yeah.
It's just been skull. Okay.
Okay, so I know there's somebody attacking you outside, so I
Definitely.
can't shatter.
Well, I mean, it does not. This does not sound like Vivian, though.
But it sounds like something.
Anything.
Yeah, it sounds like
something is. Yes.
So I'm kind of. There's really. I have to be able to see somebody to bless somebody, correct?
I'm not sure that that's line of sight. Let me. I would love for you to be able to bless a Wolverine. Can I just say? That'd be very funny. Let's see. Bless is not line of sight. 3 creatures of your choice within range. Which is
Okay,
30
so
feet.
I'm going to pick the creature attacking Gorilla, which is the Wolverine.
Right.
Vivian and Sir Reginald are going to get the bless.
30.
So
Reginald
whenever
is out of range of your bless, 30 feet.
Okay.
But Vivian is not, so you can choose Vivian.
Okay, so yep. Is
Greta?
Greta.
Greta.
Yes, but I don't know that you're going to know that if you've been in the sack.
Yeah,
If you've
okay,
been-
I'm not going to do that.
So,
okay,
but Vivian's a fair guess.
So I will bless the Wolverine and Vivian with. When a target makes an attack roll or saving throw before the spell ends, target can roll a d4 and add the number to the attack roll or saving throw.
Okay.
It lasts up to 1 minute.
Up
10
to 1
rounds.
minute of concentration.
Great.
So when you take damage, you'll have to worry about that break. But in the meantime, you'll be able to do some stuff. So,
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
makes sense.
right.
Yeah, bless the soup. Okay. All right. Good stuff, Alorian. And a 9. Oh man, the disadvantage is why. Oh
God.
no.
Bleeping bleep.
Oh no.
Oh, I just can't.
Oh, it's so.
The most undexterous person in the party is in the place they can't get out of.
It's true,
don't-
and
yeah.
like that's been happening. And Reginald, whose worst stat is this, keeps getting hit in the face
Yeah.
with the same thing. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
wow.
But at least Reginald can actually try something. I'm just like stuck in a sack. And
It's almost
a third
like
of
this
the
is
party can't do anything.
It's almost like this is a boss fight, folks. I mean,
Almost.
almost.
That's kind of
Okay, Vivian, you're up.
All right, am
Turn the soup
I
in the
still
hole.
afeared? Or
Uh,
has that gone away?
let's see. That would go away at the beginning of her turn. So yes, you would be no longer afeared because
Yay.
it was the beginning of her turn that went away.
All right. I can't run up enough to attack with my scimitars. So,
you
I
can move
will-
and shoot.
yeah. I think actually that I'm going to shoot and move instead.
Okay.
So
Make her suffer.
I would like to. That's a 23.
Well, hits.
Oh wait, no, that's D8, isn't it? Sorry, hang on.
Could have had a D8.
Yes.
Okay, and
All right, 11 damage.
okay, looking increasingly hurt.
That's a 20 that hits.
Yes.
And another 10 damage.
Yep.
And
Looking-
now, I will. Oh, I'll carry the crossbow with me, but I will run. Well, I can't dash, but I can get 25 feet out anyway.
Mhm.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. All right. And, see, I don't know that Illyrian still has 30 hit points. I think
Yeah,
Illyrian is doing in bad
sa-
shape in that.
Save it for yourself. Save it
No,
for
but I don't know how badly off you are.
No, but you got to think
My
about.
presumption is that you are pretty badly off in that sack.
Yeah, but from a metagame point of view, putting resources on me is a waste. Use them on yourself because I can't do anything.
Metagaming. I'm role playing for
I know.
Justin.
I know, but we want to win, don't we?
That you're in bad shape.
We don't need to win. This is one adventure. If we all die right now, we just become soup. It's fine.
I want us to win. Not to mention, if we lose because of it, I would feel really bad.
No, make the call you want to make.
Bad if you don't.
I will again rally.
Okay.
Rally away.
Illyrian. Okay. We're coming to get you out of here.
We promise. You hear. The whole thing is like the Peanuts. Okay.
Yeah.
Go on without me.
That's not the reference I was going for. I was thinking Kenny from South Park.
Oh,
I have one superiority die left.
You killed Illyrian, you bastard.
Okay, it's fair point. I apologize for stepping on your role playing. I was just thinking in the metagaming and the best.
Understandable given the sack situation for sure. Okay, Vivian. So good stuff on that. Now Greta's going to fire away again, and hits both times this time. Greta, by the way, has been doing consistent damage over there for with this work. Yeah, Grilla is starting to look quite hurt. And so Grilla is going to reach down as her action and is going to take a ladle full of soup.
No, don't heal yourself, you annoying turd.
Yep.
She's going to do that. And then Haskins' turn. Now, Haskins, as I believe I have explained, is in absolute an absolute rage. So, it is going to... Okay, so yes. So Haskins is going to attack as just this, fur and claws and the whole bit. Let's see. And is going to hit with its bite. Now, when it hits with its bite, two things happen. First of all, Grilla is now looking exceedingly hurt. And so it just is like, it literally jumps up and essentially leaps onto her neck. And so, and just this thing, and she's swatting at it. And as she does so, she throws the sack back. And Illyrian, you have the experience of, and suddenly you find that the sack is let go. That's the good news. The bad news is that you feel like you were in scalding hot water.
Oh
no!
As the sack falls into the cauldron.
You're in the soup!
So
I am in the soup.
Illyrian is in a sack, which is in the soup. So,
wow.
So what I'm going to need you to do here is to make a Constitution saving throw for me, Illyrian. But this is not a disadvantage, remember, because you're no longer restrained, and B, because restrained affects dexterity anyway. So Constitution saving throw, literally in the soup.
Yeah.
Is that a 4?
That is a 4.
Okay. You are going to take 10 points of damage as you are in this horrific stew. But the good news is the sack and the bones and everything, and you are in the stew, but you are no longer in the sack. As you were able to sort of look up, you surface to see that there is Haskins has affixed himself. His bite is in the neck of Grilla, who's blood pouring from everywhere, basically, and is swatting at him.
Aside from burning to death, what conditions do I currently have?
No, you don't have a condition right now. You were actually just in the soup. You're going to have to get out of that soup, and you'll take damage next turn. But you're going to need to make a check to get out of the cauldron. But you are currently
a dexterity check.
No, it's not a dexterity check. It's actually going to be a strength check. It will be strength.
I might as well just die.
No, it's not. It's going to be strength because you got to literally pull yourself out of the cauldron. So it'll be strength. But that's for next turn. For this turn, that was Haskins doing some serious work. Okay, Sir Reginald, you are up. You can see that the sack has been released. Your friend is in the stew. The Wolverine is on her neck. Vivian is still looking like getting ready to fire away. Greta, and is just, and you can see also that Greta is just like pointing frantically but silently at Grilla. So, what would you like to do, Sir Reginald?
Well, with the Wolverine on her neck, but she's sufficiently large that I could shoot her lower extremities.
Yes,
I assume.
Yes.
Okay. Great.
Plenty of target area on a giant.
Great. I just wanted to make sure that, I'm very tempted
you don't
to just
hit the Wolverine.
I'm very tempted to just put all of them to sleep and just deal with this later, but I feel like the party would be upset with me.
If Illyrian falls asleep and sinks back down into the soup, I will kill you myself.
I was gonna say he would also be upset with you from beyond the grave.
No, I would just accept it as what Bahamut meant.
What Bahamut
meant for Reginald to kill me.
I'm troubled that Chad is beginning to talk about what Dragonborn tastes like really tough chicken.
We may find out, chat. We may find out.
I mean, he's like an iguana. It tastes like chicken.
Okay, so
I gotta be honest. That conversation just made me want to do it even more.
Bahamut bisque. I would point out that some of you are at least theoretically aligned as good characters. Just want to be clear about that.
And the most good character is the one in the soup.
Okay, so with that in mind, I just want to note that I think about it, but then I remember, in a flashback, with music and everything, all of the help Illyrian gave me with the harp.
The montage with the harp, yeah.
It's all of these beautiful moments of he and I together, him pulling the harp and me sitting in the harp playing music in the snow, giving longing eyes to each other, like a buddy comedy.
Sure that's how that happened.
Old friends, don't do together like bookends. The whole bit.
Exactly. Yeah. And I decide no, I will not put them to sleep and risk his life. Instead, I'm going to shoot my bow and arrow twice right into her annoying lower portion of the body.
Sounds like a plan. Make it so.
Yeah. And so that's +6, so here we
It's
go.
a harptage, right, exactly. It's not a montage, it's a harptage.
Okay, here we go.
This montage is played by Enya, by the way, please. It's just gotta be.
So the first one and the second one both fail.
This is what happens. You're like, okay, but then...
Wait a minute, what were the rolls? I didn't see what the rolls were.
9 and 9.
9s.
Oh, okay, so you couldn't hit her with the bless. Okay.
Oh, right,
because
Bless would have...
I thought Bless was saving throws or...
It's saving throws or attack rolls.
Oh, or attack rolls.
But even with the D4, you only get up to
D4
13 maximum,
likely,
so you wouldn't help.
Okay.
That is a good point, though, on the Bless. Oh, well, no, actually, remember, no, Reginald wasn't hit by the Bless.
Oh, that's right.
He was
That's
out of
right.
range,
Never
so
mind.
he wasn't hit by the Bless.
And
okay.
I probably need to make a concentration roll anyway.
Yeah, you should do that for the
I
damage.
should make that because see whether or not it's still on the Wolverine and on her.
I like the idea that he could concentrate while being in a scalding cauldron of human.
Yeah, not so much.
So I rolled a 10, so I think that failed.
Yeah, so the Bless drops.
So
but okay. So the Mighty Nines, exactly. Worm tongue wontons. Oh man. Okay. So that is blah 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 blah. Okay, so sadly, Sir Reginald misses. Are you moving anywhere, Reginald, or are you staying where you are?
Oh no, I don't want to get any closer to her. She's terrible.
Okay. Now, Grilla on her turn is going to reach down with her ladle. And she's got this thing, so she's going to dip it in. And I will explain one thing that's one thing that's actually been helping a little bit with her doing this healing. But she drinks some of the soup, and then she goes to work on this on Haskins. So she takes Haskins and grabs him basically and tries to rip him off her neck. So actually, I suppose I should have her do that before, since he's attached to her neck. It might make it hard to drink. So I'll have her do that first. So she does successfully do so, but here's what happens. She does rip him off, but at great personal cost, because he takes a part of her body with her, like part of her neck. So he rips her off, and he's still, just like flipping out, and she slams him into the soup. So, Lorien, you have the very strange experience of being in this scalding soup and then seeing this furry, furious creature like just thrown into the soup, which bubbles up and splashes. She drinks the way that I described. She, as I said, though, did more damage to herself. She looks like she can barely stand now, like she's barely upright. So she does that, and then she, let's see, she did the thing with the thing, grabbed the stuff, did the other thing. Okay, and she used her, okay, so that's the end of that for her. So that's going to lead us to you, Illyrian. So at the beginning of the round, you're going to take damage. You are going to take 4 fire damage, is really the equivalent of it. Scalding damage, if you want to call it that way.
Okay.
And then you're going to need to make a strength check, not a saving throw, a check, to get out. If you have athletics, I'll take that too.
I have athletics.
I will take that.
All right. Oh God, come on.
Whichever one's better, use that one. Come on, Paul.
My athletics.
Come on, you can do it.
Go. I'm afraid to actually press this button.
Do it.
You can do it.
Yes!
So you pull yourself up, and there's this sight of just out of the stew, pulling himself out, skulls, and just like, Wolverines. He just pulls himself out and like lands like behind Grilla. Now, I will say, I'm just going to move you out there for a second. That counts as your move. You are behind Grilla, Lorien.
Yeah. Okay. Well then.
Stab.
No, I got something even better because see, I'm going to breathe lightning on her.
Okay. Gets out of the stew, dripping with stew. Breathes lightning. Okay, now is that a dex throw that I need to make?
That's a dexterity saving throw.
Guess who failed the hell out of the dex throw?
Well, that's
the cleric
nice.
comes in on a clinch.
Well, unless I roll terrible damage on this, but 12 points of lightning damage.
So
not bad.
Comes out behind and breathes lightning, and Vivian has and Reginald actually are staring right at it, where it just breathes, and just her body spasms and sort of turns and twists and hurt, and she turns around and with a massive crash falls back into the cauldron. As she hits the cauldron, the stew splashes up, as does Haskins. Haskins lands on his back motionless, and you see her hand just gradually sort of sink below the level of the stew, and she does not arise from it again. And there's a moment's pause while everyone's there. Greta leaps down and runs over to Haskins, who is unmoving.
Oh.
Well, is anyone hungry?
No, I'm going to go over to once I clear myself, I'm going to go over to Haskins and take a look at Haskins.
Okay.
Is Haskins dead?
Haskins, as he is sitting there, you are looking right at him, and he's kind of like, and then you see his body like start to shimmer, and Greta is sort of leaning over him. You see his body start to shimmer and then lengthen, and his tail recedes, his claws become hands, his legs become arms, and so on. And eventually you are looking at a bedraggled, terribly injured man. And his eyes kind of flicker open in time enough to see you, and he looks up at you and he says,
"Well, I was worth it after all, wasn't it?"
And he kind of reaches up a hand towards Greta, and then...
Wait a minute. Is he dying?
Heal him.
He's looks like he sure looks like it.
Well, good. I have one third level spell left. It's Revivify. So he is not going to die.
Oh, if it's Revivify, wow,
Revivify.
check you out. So Greta has this moment of just horror, and then as you cat revivify works.
By the
actually.
power of Bahamut, you are returning to life.
Haskins' eyes flicker open, and he sort of, I thought I was dead. And Greta, before he can say anything else, just reaches down and grabs him into a hug.
Aww.
You then hear shrieking behind you, and it's
the
children
kids.
who have not actually stopped shrieking for a while. No, my sad ending didn't get ruined. If it was just a heal, I wouldn't allow it, but Revivify is Revivify. I'll buy that.
Sorry.
Yeah, no.
Didn't mean to step on the...
No. Listen, I'm all about it.
I was keeping one third-level spell left, just in case someone had to be lit. I was thinking
Tren,
one of these two.
Tren, I know you're frustrated he changed out of being a Wolverine. Okay, I get it.
Sorry.
Yes. So you were able to go over to the children who are appropriately terrified of everything. Actually, it's only two of them that are screaming. One of them basically just seems to be in complete shock. They look exhausted. They are shivering and crying, all of them. And one of them is just barely, just sort of staring directly in front of them. And as you're all sort of looking down at them and kind of, trying to attend to them, there's a moment's pause. And then you hear, "Oh, that was pretty good. I was impressed. Good work." And then you hear the munching of bread coming from below the bush next to you. When you return to the village, as I assume you're doing, but correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to.
No, we're returning the kids to the village, as promised.
When you return to the village, the townsfolk are overjoyed. As you might expect, the children have been saved, and they invite you to join in the Feast of Yule, which is congregating in Hunter's Hall. There are gifts, there is food, there is drink, there are stories. Sir Reginald, your harp has indeed been recovered. It has actually been polished and looks to be well-tuned as well.
Smile, Reginald.
And the townsfolk ask all of you to reveal what you've discovered, and in particular, they ask for a song.
I'm sorry, what?
They want a song, Bard. Give them a song.
A song?
He's going to tell. He's going to
you want me to sing a song after what I've just been through?
Tell us.
I mean, you have a heck of an audience here, Reginald. They are rapt.
Oh, boy.
I mean, they are devoted. They are ready.
Well, I guess they wouldn't know good music up here. So they can't expect much.
Don't get us kicked out of this town.
What are you talking about? Oh, yeah, I'm going to do my version of a tiefling death metal. Let's go.
You kicked out of the town again.
No.
I guess my question would be, what kind of song would you sing?
Okay, what kind of song would I sing? I would probably sing a song about how great we were in battle and how glorious. A little bit for Vivian, but mostly me. The glory of our battle situation that we did together. There will be a whole stanza that's just about the Great Sack Adventure. About the cleric in the sack.
The cleric in the sack.
Yeah.
And then that's not a sexual reference either.
No. And definitely going to be all of the glorious insults I came up with, but we'll be rhyming in iambic pentameter, as is appropriate. Yeah, and then at the end,
hexameter.
Yeah, and then there'd be at the end a little short bit about how all the children were saved and not a single child was eaten, even though that's probably not true. That's
I mean, certainly these children, anyway, they applaud you. I mean, this is as great an audience as you ever had. You have one of those moments where towards the end of the last chorus, Sir Reginald, you can do this thing where you're just like, the children, and then you put the mic out, the equivalent of it, and they're just like, sing to all. They start singing the verses you made up for them. It's just so good. And when they're done, they all cluster around you. And they give all of you a pile of wrapped packages. And in these packages, there are many, many gifts for all of you. You were given a glove, a dark glove, and when you put it on, you discover it is actually a glove in which you can perpetually and at any time summon a snowball with it. Just snowball,
Ooh.
snowball,
Glove of
snowball.
That sounds like it's for Sir Reginald.
It's pretty cool. It's also sequined, on the back, Michael Jackson style. Gold ring set with bloodstone. There is a blank spell book. There's a carved bone statuette. There's a copper chalice with silver filigree. There's an embroidered silk handkerchief. There's a red robe trimmed with white fur. There are 3 bottles of fine wine, 5 bottles of Isle mead, a silk teddy bear, a bundle of holly leaves, 4 boxes of candy, a wooden sword. And as you're looking at all these items, both strange and wonderful and common and fun and all that, Admiral Airy, the Admiral Penguin, comes up to you and he says,
I am so happy that you're able to do what I hoped you would for today. You've made me most proud, and you've saved what was left of our village has been saved by you. And so it's my honor to present you the most valuable player, as they say, with this medal. And he very solemnly puts around your neck, Vivian, the Medal of Valor. Does so right next to you, Sir Reginald. So he puts the medal up at the last second, goes over to Vivian.
I'm sorry, what? He wasn't present at the battle, so the only thing he has to go on is my beautiful ballad.
That's true,
He knows.
and it's the song that he sort of reads between the lines. He kind of winks at you. He says,
I appreciated every part of your song, and I hope that you'll stay around here as well.
The children also come up and thank you, and the children in particular come up and thank you, Sir Reginald, for the song and for keeping their spirits up when they thought that they would lose their spirits in the end. And as you were all sort of, sitting there absorbing all of this, there is one moment where, Reginald, you're sort of sitting there kind of half really excited by the audience, but frustrated that you didn't get what you deserved and all that stuff, right? And you're sitting there, and then you hear...
No.
And there is a familiar voice from the window behind you.
You absolutely will not take these children. Not after all of this crap we just went through. You are not having no children.
And there's a pause, and then...
I will depart hungry, but you have earned the right to save these children. May they be as nourishing to you as food would have been to me.
And there's a pause, and when you look around, again, no one has heard this but you, on the windowsill, you see what looks like a glittering miniature version of your harp, Sir Reginald.
I am so disgusted right now. There's an entirely way too much eating of humanoids going on right now. And I absolutely not.
You're not taking the harp?
Well, I have a harp. He just you left me like a little miniature harp?
Yes.
Yeah.
It looks like a duplicate, actually, of your harp.
Can anyone it's like an evil harp, right? It's like gonna curse me or something.
Some of us have detect magic,
Can you use detect magic?
Once you tell me it exists, yeah.
Hey, Illyrian, creepy voice monster left me a miniature harp, and look, we've been through some stuff, and I'm almost certain it's going to be cursed. I would appreciate if you'd let me know if it is.
Fine. I'll take 10 minutes. I'll detect magic on the little miniature harp.
Clearly magical.
What kind of magic? Can I tell?
It is illusion.
So it's not a real harp.
No, it's a real harp.
No, it does illusion magic.
But it reflects illusion, yes.
I touch it.
So when you touch it, it plays a chord, Sir Reginald, the most beautiful chord that you've ever heard. Everyone else hears it as a power chord, but it is the metalist metal tiefling chord you have ever heard played.
Creepy voice knows you.
And that
Creepy
is where
voice
we're going
gets
to
you.
bring Midwinter's Mourning to a close. Well done, everybody. An extraordinarily tough fight, as it was intended to be, I should point out. And I should say, by the way, that tough fight, now Vivian was obviously enormously important, but let me remind everyone that you wouldn't even get to the fight if it weren't for Illyrian's lightning storm in the previous session, which was super clutch, and the vicious mockery, which kept Vivian from dropping in the first place. So the fact that Vivian then showed up and was like, now I will go to town, is a direct result of the actions of your party members before that. This was intended to be difficult, and it was definitely difficult for everybody. And it was a lot. I mean, the sack thing was, I felt both bad for you, Prince Justin, but also it was kind of amusing, only because, like, basically she was just like, I'm so sick of you doing that. Here, just come here and go in my sack. And it just became, and it's literally called into the sack is the name of the attack. So it was fun to watch. I will start with the bottom of the column and mark my way up. So yeah, Triffid, I don't know if you're ever going to have a character again who's going to be like that super effective in a given fight. I mean, you definitely had fear to worry about. There were other effects that happened to you. There were other things that went down. But, and honestly, if you hadn't dealt with the husband, with the troll, that would have been rough too, because he kept knocking you all prone and all this other stuff. But that was about as effective as I can ever remember somebody being in a combat. How did you feel about today's session and about the adventure as a whole, and where will the fine folks find you next?
First of all, sorry about the noise. The furnace came on. So, this was fantastic. I had a great time. I acknowledge I was really, really lucky with a lot of my rolls. That was pretty amazing. It's oh gosh, I love how our skills complemented each other, and we kept coming through for each other to help each other. Mostly. I really enjoyed the creativity of this whole adventure. It is, very different from stuff that I've played before. Just neat ideas sparking all over with the setup and the special facets of the monsters, and playing with the townsfolk was fun. Everything was fun. I enjoyed the new characters that we met today, and I think that Vivian might invite Greta for a walk in the woods after all this. And it was just so much fun playing. I just think I had a great time, and I really appreciate the opportunity. Folks will find me most easily on Twitter at PE Madsen.
Always a pleasure, Triffid. I enjoyed it as well. Really good work with the Battlemaster, and and if you want to see more of Triffid when the Shadow Crew resumes, and it will soon, you'll see Triffid return into regular play on this channel. So thanks, Triffid. Always a pleasure. Thank you as well to Prince Justin for being a part of this, and again, I know, poor Illyrian became sort of the the sad sack character. I'm sorry, this is unfortunate. It was just right there. It was right there.
It's right there.
But honestly, I mean, again, as I said, literally would never have been there without that. And one of the things that really worked well as a combo deal here was that the husband, by dropping that stomp, and he could do the stomp fairly often, meant that you were often going to be in a situation where concentration was going to be disrupted. Let this be a lesson for DMs who are just like, spell's incredibly powerful. If it's concentration, see what damage you can inflict on people, because they're going to miss some of those rolls. Yeah. And so that meant that dropped that storm, which definitely helped. Also, the fact it helped them, I should say. And the troll, would have been able to regenerate more, but then you all just stacked damage and went to town on the troll, and then things got a little bit easier. But you were still dealing with the big boss, the adventurer, who had a lot of different spells. Yeah. She also had spellcasting stuff. I wanted to mention that healing she was doing was one of her lair actions, but if she uses it, it uses up all 3 of her lair actions for the turn. So when she was healing herself, she wasn't able to do stuff like whip up the stew storm or like dump the cauldron out, because the cauldron would just magically continually be ever full. So, she could have done even more damage if she wasn't trying to heal herself a little bit with that. So it wasn't as bad as it might have appeared. That said, though, I know you spent a lot of your time in a sack, and that was frustrating, but you did also land the killing blow at the end, which was kind of cool. How did you feel about today, Prince Justin, and about the adventure as a whole, and where will the fine people find you again next?
People can find me online everywhere as Prince Justin with a V. That'd be on Twitter, that'd be here on Twitch, that's my Patreon, that's my Instagram, that's all that good stuff. I will just accentuate the positives and not dwell on the negative aspects. It was an imaginative adventure, well crafted and well brought to life by you, the GM.
Thank you. I appreciate
I mostly had a lot of fun.
I'm glad you mostly had a lot of fun. It was good to have you as a part of this, and I hope, Prince Justin, we can get you back for another one of these in the future. That would be great to see. Definitely enjoyed Allurian. And also really enjoyed Sir Reginald Bartholomew III, Jr., Esquire.
Everyone's favorite character,
yeah,
including Critical Craftings.
It was great to see that, too. Killing blow with a breath weapon. See, I didn't even mean that. But yes, you blew with the breath weapon. Allurian got the literal final blow. That was, it was a lot of fun to see Reginald come to life and to be able to do what he did. I felt that there were times where you were probably undervaluing some of what you could do in combat, in the sense that Vicious Mockery was quite useful a lot of the time. You were, when you did attack, you actually hit a number of the times that happened. So it wasn't like you were just sort of, a first edition wizard throwing darts at something because you had run out of your one magic missile for the level. Like you were doing some damage and you were attracting attention. And part of the issues that came up for you was the fact that you kept getting hit in the face by a skull and then being frightened about it. And I will admit that there was a little something amusing about the idea that every time you're like, listen, like I just constantly that was slightly amusing as a visual for me, because she just did not miss on those skulls. But it was very fun to see, and I loved the ending section and your particular thing with the Murd, the creature whose name I've already forgotten. My mind is swimming with different names.
Door Sniffer.
No, not Door Sniffer.
No, the ghost horse.
Mary Lywid. Which is the kind of ghost horse thing. Yeah, I was interested in that, and the thing about you can't take the kids and all that was enjoyable, because you were both frustrated by them, but you had this soft spot in your heart for kids that came through. So a lot of good moments in bringing Reginald to life. How did you feel about today, about the adventure as a whole, and where might the fine people, Sean, find you next?
Well, if I'm being honest, I just don't think that Sir Reginald Bartholomew III was appreciated enough in his adventure.
I'm sorry, I was in the sack most of the time. I couldn't appreciate it.
I could feel it, though. I could feel it coming from you, which I think is the really important part. It was like an aura, it is, if you want to think of it that way. So I think just the townsfolk were a little stingy and just not super appreciative, which, maybe folks could work on making them a little bit kinder to bards in the future. But no, honestly, this is just a lot of fun. I had an absolute blast playing this ridiculous character with this stupid harp. It was a really blast, yeah.
The montage was great, by the way. The end montage of think of all the times he helped you. It was great. And then you miss with both shots. This is great.
It was fun. Yeah, I mean, we had good moments together. I think we got to kind of role play some really fun little moments, watching Trivid, teaching the kids to learn how to swing swords, and Allurian, using all the lightning was actually kind of terrifying a little bit, but even using the straight man technique, to kind of talk to people, which was really good. There's a lot of great moments that this is worth. I didn't pay any money to be here, but if I did pay money, it would have been worth all that money. So imagine I paid imaginary gold. but yeah, so I had a blast, and all your voices, by the way, hilarious. So you get 9 points for that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. As for where folks can find me, I'm at Sean Duke on Twitter, seanduke.net. You can find me mostly there, or Skiffingfanny at skiffingfanny.com, or at skiffingfanty on most of the social networks that we're on. And then I'm also on Twitch at Alphabet Streams. Tuesdays and Thursdays, 7 to 10 is usually when I'm there, Central Time.
Nice stuff. We will make sure to try to check that out. And yeah, it was great to get to meet you, Sean, and in person, and to get to do this. It was a nice way to be introduced to each other. So it was great, and I really enjoyed this crew, which had good chemistry with each other from Skiffy and Fanty fame, no doubt, and other things. But it was great, and it also meant that I get to be surrounded by Hugo nominees all the time. Which is, I figure eventually it'll rub off on me, right? Like if it just keeps up. But this was a great pleasure to play with these folks. Chat, can we get some love and appreciation? Finally, the appreciation he deserves in particular. Can we get some love and appreciation for Sean Duke, for Prince Justin, and for Triffany Mats for wonderful work? Players, thank you so much. I'm going to let you folks go, and thank you for playing, and we will see you down the road. Bye-bye. All right, great stuff. And again, it would be amiss. I would be amiss if I did not. I would be remiss, excuse me, if I did not thank in particular here again Critical Crafting and Dylan Olney for sponsoring this, for giving us this Midwinter's Mourning. We tried to do it justice, and I hope that we did so. It was a lot of fun to play. I will agree that this was something that was well crafted and well designed. And I really appreciated having the chance to play something that was set in a kind of different environment and that had a different sort of there's an internal consistency to it that felt very true, even though it was quite different from the things that we would normally play. So it was great. I am hoping that we'll be able to do some work with Critical Crafting again down the line. That would be lovely. But we have some very good players, and we're proud of the community that we've built here. And so it was great to have you be a part of it, and I appreciate the fact that you stuck with it. Also, chat, I want to remind you all that if you want to find more, let me recommend two things for you. First of all, don't forget that you can pick up this adventure until the end of the month, Midwinter's Mourning. You can pick this up with all of the spectacular art and all of the other really cool stuff, new race and new class, all different kinds of things you can get. You can get that over on their website if you use my promo code ARVAN, ARVAN. ARVAN is there. So if you put in that code, you'll get $10 off the purchase of the Midwinter's Mourning pack. But let me also recommend while you're there that you pick up from their store, but also consider supporting them on their Patreon, because they do a new one of these every month. I was talking to Dylan about this off stream probably about a month ago or so, and I was saying that, like, I don't fully understand how anyone does this, that, like, burnout is a thing and everything's like, well, I don't sleep very much. But, jokes aside, I mean, there's a lot of really good, talented work being done in this, and it's great stuff. So if you find this stuff interesting, even if you're not DMing yourself, but you just want to get a sense of, like, different ideas. I mean, it reminds me a little bit of getting Dragon Magazine back in the day, or Dungeon Magazine. And I mean, God, how many Dragon magazines? I read a bunch of them. But I mean, how much of them did I actually use? Not much. I mean, I used some of it for my one group that I had going for D&D, but it was always inspirational for me. I was able to use the art that really kind of grabbed me, and some other things that really grabbed me. So, like, what's a magazine, Grandpa? So I still have them too. I've got my old RPGAs right down there. That thing right there. That area of white magazines, those are all RPGA Network magazines from back in the day. So but that's where the map on your wall came from, was that? Oh, nice. Yeah, I love Dragon. So anyway, that's the kind of thing that you can get if you subscribe to the Patreon. So for a very cheap amount, you can get a new thing every month. Like, it's pretty slick. And I think eventually they, if all goes well for them, their company continues to grow, they will produce other stuff, and raise their prices and all that stuff. But you should definitely support them, and because they did some good work for us. So again, thank you to Critical Crafting, and as I said, hopefully we can work together down the line. And thank you especially to my players, because I really appreciated having the chance to work with them. We ran later than I hoped to today, but we did what I said was going to be the conclusion, and it was. But I really appreciated and had fun with Sean and Prince Justin and with Triffid. It was great to have them together, and I hope that we'll be able to do more with them in the future, perhaps with other kind of stuff that we do down the line. But D&D with viewers, we are not going to do next month. We did a lot of D&D with viewers in a row. So next month, we're going to be doing, we may finish up Legacy of Dragonholt with D&D with viewers. I don't know if I'm going to do that next month or the month after. I do want to wrap Legacy of Dragonholt, and then I have some ideas about what we'll do next time. So we'll see about that. But I want to get into some Metroid Prime as well. So we'll see about that down the line. But that, however, is going to do it for us for this evening. But I want to remind everybody that if you liked this and you want more D&D, there's more where that came from. Specifically tomorrow, later tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern, the Infinity and Beyond crew will return with our second session in as many weeks of Eberron Oracle of War as we move into the third protocol, which is the last part of Season 1. So the last part of Season 1 of the Oracle of War, you will definitely want to make that. It's picking up steam here, people. There's a lot that's going to go down with this campaign. Remember, this thing is designed to take them all the way to level 20. So there's going to be a lot going down there at level 4, I think, right now. So they've got a lot of stuff. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You, sir, Mr. Tren, you, sir, are going to be responsible for making this happen. But no, but I'm very excited to continue that. So it's going to be good times. Can't be done. We will see. If they survive, it can be done, but we'll see if it actually does there. But they are level 4, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It should be a very good time. But as I said, that's going to do it for me for this evening. If you liked what you saw and heard today, I hope you will consider following the channel. I hope you will check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, where you'll see past broadcasts of this and other streams. I hope you will see the Discord with !ArvCord, Twitter with !ArvTweets, website with arvaneleron.com, financially !ArvShop for my merchandise area, where you can get stuff for Infinity and Beyond, Adventures of Middle-earth, and soon to be Expedition from Mysterious Peaks related stuff. Arv Treon is my Patreon right there. That really is the financial backbone of this channel. So support of that will really help do the stuff that we want to do. It'll move us towards channel goals, and it will also help you get individual stuff like inspirations, which were definitely in heavy use tonight with a lot of these players. So good work from everybody that was using inspirations and stuff like that. That's Arv Treon for that. You can also subscribe to the channel, which will get you those custom sub badges and emotes, which you can use everywhere across Twitch, and also inspirations to help the players as well. On the publishing side, Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel. Now I go to bed. Gonna go play some No Man's Sky and Minecraft. Oh, my pleasure, Tren, and thanks for stopping by as always, my friend. We will see Tren later on today. As I say, Icarus for the Icarus graphic novel, Library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, 5e adventure and sourcebook. If you like D&D stuff, how about checking out my adventure and sourcebook, as the Critical Crafting people did at Origins last year. So there's that, and of course we've also got Greyshade KS, my Greyshade Kickstarter, which is launching later this year. May 31st is the publication of my Greyshade novel, and then by Athos Arts, and then 2 weeks later the Kickstarter will launch for the last 2 novels in that trilogy, plus the tabletop role-playing game from Alligator Alley called Greyshade, being developed by Aaron Rosenberg, consulted with by Rich Lescouflair. So there's that, and then a certain prominent voice actor whose name rhymes with Blaine Blarks, by which I mean Trendian Sparks, is going to be doing a Greyshade audiobook as part of that Kickstarter as well. So that's very exciting, and that's going to be launching in early June. So that's going to be a good time. Yeah, what do you mean? So that's going to be a good time. I'm very excited for that. And yes, last but certainly not least, BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. And Help Now, which is a World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. that is going to do it for me for tonight. No raid tonight. It's very late, and I want to make sure that we all get some nice rest. So I'm going to see you folks back here 7 p.m. Eastern for some D&D with Infinity and Beyond as we continue with Eberron, Oracle of War. The third protocol is going to be good times. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Rudnell, Dragonspear, Rock God, The Rising Tides, Triffity Mats, Best in the Business. Thank you to my wonderful Patreon supporters and subscribers, Rudnell, Dragonspear, Rock God, The Rising Tides, Triffity Mats, Alphabet Streams, Configuration Queen, Critical Crafting, Marinda, and Trendane. Thank you for all the gift subs given to those people today. I appreciate that. And thank you to Alien Gathering, Big Boss, Crit Twitch, Darksteel Spork, Aeon, JRab, and Light and Passion as well for being here and part of this awesome community. And thank you for being a part of all of this. Thank you to everyone who gave gift subs, everyone who resubbed. Thank you to everyone who supported us tonight. And last but certainly not least, thank you again one last time to Critical Crafting. And thank you again to Dylan. And thank you again one last time to my wonderful players, to Sean Duke, to Prince Justin, and Triffity Mats for their wonderful play. I will see. I did say you. I said Shadow Mage. I said Shadow Mage. Yes, I said that. You're in the list. I said, and Shadow Mage right there. I said it. I said Shadow Mage. You were a big part of it, as always. You had momentary deafness. I 100% said you. I 100% said you. And I will say you again, because Shadow Mage is awesome, and you should all know that. So, but that's going to do it for me. I'm going to rise up on out of here. Thanks so much to all those who supported me tonight, and I will see you lovely folks for some Eberron, 7 p.m. Eastern, later on Saturday. Until then, Midwinter's Mourning complete. Good night, all, and everyone be good to each other. Bye for now. Huh?